$5 billion. That's how much new private money has poured into the pockets of Donald Trump and his family since the 2024 election cycle started. And I'm going to show you how that money is changing policy, making America less safe, and how it's jacking up your rent, your grocery prices, and every bill you pay. This is Political Bear Nation. Before Trump ever placed his hand on the Bible, Trump raked in a record-breaking $239 million for his inauguration.
I'm rich, bitch!
That's more than double the previous record, and in fact, it's more money than the last 4 inaugurations combined. Inaugural committees don't have many federal rules, and unlike a campaign donation, which is a gamble on a candidate who might actually lose, an inaugural donation is a gift to a guaranteed winner. Amazon, Facebook, and Google, none of them donated to Donald Trump's 2024 re-election campaign, but they all gave him $1 million shortly after his victory was confirmed.
Yes, master. Right away, master. Ain't gonna be no bacon on the salad.
Now, this isn't the first time Trump has taken advantage of the lax laws surrounding donations to his inaugural committee. In 2017, the Trump Inaugural Committee paid a whopping $175,000 to rent the ballroom at the Trump International Hotel in D.C. For comparison, the National Prayer Breakfast rented that same room earlier for just $5,000. But let's get back to the current day and find out what these companies got in return for their incredibly generous donations. In August 2025, the General Services Administration, or GSA, announced an agreement between OneGov and Amazon Web Services, or AWS. Federal agencies will use AWS for cloud and AI infrastructure through 2028. So what did Amazon get out of it? Well, in addition to the new bonus depreciation language in the One Big Beautiful Bill that slashed their effective tax rate, which saved Amazon billions and billions of dollars, Amazon was also able to gut a major competitor, Temu. Previously, packages under $800 were allowed to enter the United States without any additional tariffs. This is called the de minimis exception. But in August 2025, Trump suspended that exception, meaning that a $5 shirt on Temu ended up costing you $12.25. Eventually, Temu decided to change their entire business model by renting warehouses in California, Texas, and New Jersey, just so they could keep inventory in the United States. In 2024, Temu would have shipped products to you with a small $10 minimum order requirement. But now, you'll need to spend at least $35 to get free shipping, making Amazon look even more attractive. While Temu's customers surged to 51 million Americans by 2024, Amazon's monthly users were dropping from 70 million to 66 million. Now it's growing again. Amazon Prime even hit a record high of 84 million subscribers. Amazon made out like a bandit. In the past, Google had taken a very principled stance about preventing their AI technology to be used for weapons or surveillance, but they reversed that stance at the behest of Donald Trump. They also agreed to pay Trump $24.5 million to settle a lawsuit regarding the 2021 suspension of Trump's YouTube accounts. See, YouTube had correctly identified that Trump incited violence during the January 6th Capitol riots, but Trump sued them anyway. So what did Google get for all their money? Survival. Google was facing a court-ordered breakup that would have forced them to sell off Chrome and Android. That would have triggered a total collapse of their data feedback loop. Google's search engine isn't just better because of their code. It's better because Google watches billions of people that use it every second of the day. Google uses a system called NavBoost. This tracks every click you make in Chrome. It uses these clicks to train their search engine. If you search for something and click the third link instead of the first link, Google learns that and they update their algorithm. Chrome accounts for 67% of the global browser market share, and analysts value Chrome at $100 billion. So for their generous donation, Trump's DOJ decided to just give them a slap on the wrist when they could have stopped some of Google's monopolistic practices. Google saved hundreds of billions of dollars, and they didn't just get legal help from Trump's DOJ. They also got a deal from Trump's GSA, just like Amazon did. In April 2025, it was announced that Google will supply Gemini AI to every federal agency. This deal wasn't made to rake in cash immediately. It was made to stop other competitors like Anthropic from being the default government AI tool. Now, Trump touted this as a win for the American people because Google is essentially supplying Gemini to the government for free. But agencies that use Gemini will have to store their data and run their custom-built AI agents on Google's servers. Now, the federal government will spend up to $20 billion in cloud services, and Google has secured a large piece of that pie. What about Facebook? Well, just like Google, Facebook settled a lawsuit with Trump. This time, it was for $25 million. Facebook suspended Trump for the exact same reason that YouTube did. Trump incited violence during the Capitol 6 riots. While Sundar Pichai of Google and Jeff Bezos of Amazon don't really seem to like Donald Trump all that much, Mark Zuckerberg seems to have made a complete MAGA makeover.
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
He paid Trump off, and in return, the investigation into Facebook's use of financial data completely disappeared.
Oh my God! Wow!
See, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was investigating Facebook for using third-party financial data, like your bank balance or your credit card history. They used that data to target you with financial ads. Facebook's entire business model is based on micro-targeting. Let's say you're a predatory lender, like a payday loan operator, and you want to offer your lending service to people that are just scraping by. You don't want to pay to have your ad in front of people that have $10,000 or more in their bank account, and you don't want people that have made a $5,000 purchase on their credit card recently. So these advertisers use Facebook ad tools that contain this data, and that way they can micro-target customers that have a low bank balance, or maybe they target a customer that doesn't have any recent big purchases on their credit card, and then they push ads directly to those financial vulnerable people. On top of all of that, say you have a dog and like bike marathons. Advertisers can use all of this information and create an ad that is targeted specifically for you. That's what micro-targeting means. The use of financial data to micro-target users is why Rohit Chopra was investigating Facebook. His investigation would have forced Facebook to stop making sensitive financial data available on their ad platform, and that would have cost Facebook billions and billions of dollars. But after Zuckerberg made those payments to Trump, Rohit Chopra was fired, and Trump made all of Facebook's problems go away.
That's suspicious.
Now that's an incredible ROI, and you can start to see immediately why businesses paid Trump, whether they personally liked him or not. And it's not just these big tech companies that gave Trump money and got something in return. Pilgrim's Pride is one of the largest chicken producers in the United States, with annual sales of $8 billion. In 2002, they had to recall over 27 million pounds of sliced poultry after they found a strain of
Listeria monocytogenes
in one of their facilities. The outbreak ended up killing 7 people and was responsible for at least 3 miscarriages. In 2004, they had an outbreak of avian influenza. In 2008, after a multi-state investigation, ICE found 311 undocumented immigrants working at their facilities. 8 months later, in December, they filed for bankruptcy. In 2009, JBS, a Brazilian multinational company, the largest meat processor in the world, bought 64% of Pilgrim's Pride. Then, on May 8, 2020, a worker of their Lufkin, Texas plant was found dead in her home after being diagnosed with COVID. The National Guard had to come in and conduct COVID tests. 18 workers tested positive. 194 more COVID cases were diagnosed in Cold Spring, Minnesota. Then, in 2021, they were found guilty of price fixing and paid a $107 million fine right here in the United States. But in January 2025, they gave Donald Trump's inaugural committee $5 million. That made them the single largest contributor to his inauguration. To put that into perspective, it was 5 times larger than the donations from tech giants like Facebook or Google. And just a couple months after the inauguration, on March 17, 2025, Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins issued a directive that allowed poultry plants to increase line speeds from 140 birds per minute to 175 birds per minute. The USDA also announced it would stop requiring their plants to submit worker safety data. These are requests that Pilgrim's Pride had been lobbying for since 2019. Now, this is a company that has a history of overlooking safety standards, but they are now able to process birds even faster. This will undoubtedly cause more workplace accidents and more deadly outbreaks. I guess Trump believes the safety of you and your family is worth $5 million. But that wasn't all they got for their investment into the Trump presidency. Their parent company, JBS, had been trying to get listed on the New York Stock Exchange since 2009, but because of their shady practices, they were never allowed. But just 3 months into the Trump presidency, the SEC actually approved their listing. And this made everyone upset, from American cattle ranchers to consumer advocates. See, JBS is run by the Batista brothers in Brazil. They confessed to bribing 1,800 Brazilian politicians to get cheap government loans, which allowed them to purchase foreign companies like Pilgrim's Pride. They paid $3.2 billion in fines for the criminal activity, and in Brazil, they even served a few months of jail time, and then they went right back to running the company. The $5 million payment to Donald Trump washed all those sins away. Now, all modern presidents take donations for their inauguration, but to avoid making it look like a straight-up bribe, they cap their donations. Bush capped his at $250,000. Obama capped his at just $50,000. But Trump had no limits whatsoever. You could give him however much you wanted to.
Give me that fucking money now.
Now, remember back when Trump called crypto a scam?
Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam.
Well, all that changed when crypto-linked super PACs like Fairshake poured $238 million in the 2024 election cycle. Ripple Labs donated $4.9 million to Trump's inaugural committee, making them the second biggest donor to his inauguration. Robinhood Markets gave Trump $2 million. Coinbase gave him $1 million. Crypto.com gave him $1 million. And another $10 million to one of his super PACs. So what did they get out of it? Well, the SEC was going after Ripple for selling unregistered securities to institutional investors, and they wanted $2 billion in fines. Now, Judge Torres reduced that to just $125 million in August of 2024, but after Trump got into office, he knocked that down to just $50 million. What an incredible return on investment. Robinhood Markets was under investigation as well, but the SEC dropped the investigation completely, which made their stock price soar. The SEC was also going after Crypto.com because the SEC wanted to classify meme coins as a security. But on February 27, 2025, the SEC announced they would no longer attempt to classify meme coins as a security. Why does that matter? Well, meme coins like Dogecoin and Pepe are basically digital jokes. They have no utility and no intrinsic or even artistic value. But exchanges like Crypto.com make a fortune in fees when people trade them. The value of a meme coin is based on what their specific internet community says they're worth. It's largely based on how much social media and internet attention they can get for their coin. By choosing not to regulate them, the SEC basically told these exchanges, go ahead, sell all the digital garbage you want. We won't stop you. On January 17, 2025, just days before Trump was inaugurated, he launched his own meme coin. He endorsed it on X and on
Yo, look at that picture of Trump.
He launched his...
Look at that. I'd never seen this. Is that really what it looked like? Oh, man. First of all, photoshopping like an old man's face onto a stock photo, actor's body. He's got like this suit, no tie, like open. Trump never looks like this. Look at how generous that neck is, man. And then the Trump's face as well looks kind of like laminated, you know, like not even like plastic or whatever, or like fake, just like it looks like it's got a layer of shiny, you know, preservation material over top of it. Amazing stuff. Yeah, the Trump meme coin. One of the most open displays of corruption for sure. This is, it's basically like a Ben Garrison. Yes, good pull there. It is like a Ben Garrison drawing. Garrison's so horny for Trump. Yeah, it's like a Ben Garrison drawing, but Ben Garrison makes Trump look like buff. This is like twink. This is like if Ben Garrison was into twinks, you know? Twink Garrison. Garrison? I don't know. Ben Garrison. Yes, Steubens can't have the chat open today. Settled in to watch the whole deal. Hell yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, like look at, I don't know if you guys can see the way it is on screen, but like, look at how big his one hand is compared to his other hand. Oh wait, hang on. It's sort of hard to see. Does that, oh geez. They're just far enough away that it's like, but his hand that's like down by his side looks like twice as large as the one up in the air. There's some AI or maybe it's just traditional bad Photoshop going on here. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Amazing. Want to shout out this channel. This is the first video I've seen from them, but they seem very legit. Look at this. I'm subscribed to them right now. Political Bear Nation. Give them some love. They seem good. Lots of effort went into that video. Lots of like cool editing and stuff. Here's a link if you're curious. Political Bear Nation. Wonder what that even means. Not your typical liberal. All right. But that also kind of looks like AI, but I won't hold it against him. Anyway, gang. Yeah, really seems like a good channel. Only 2,000 subscribers, 200 videos. They're putting in the work. Yeah, if you like that, show them some love. Gang, today I'm going to, hang on. Got a bee sting on his hand. I just want to say, what's up, everybody? Got a lot of people in the chat here. This is like a little bit of a higher turnout than usual, or I don't know. I guess it's around usual. But wanted to shout out everybody here who's new, and definitely before I forget, let me shout out what was their name? Rose at 992. Rose ATT 992. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, gifted memberships, I guess they're called on YouTube. Really appreciate that. That's very legit of you. Welcome to the Gabal, the Goblin Gang, to the 5 lucky people, the new members. We are, oh, nice. Leonard Leo, Palantir, Coors, Democratic Socialism. So that, are you just like saying words now? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, wait. Oh, you're saying you're looking at this guy's thing? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. How Leonard Leo rigged the Supreme Court? Fuck yeah. Oh, sorry. I totally missed what you're saying. You're talking about this guy's video, this guy's channel. Yeah, looks very cool. Leonard Leo and like getting into like Opus Dei and shit and how they basically control the Supreme Court and like American politics and just global affairs in general. Oh, man. Opus Dei is like if the Illuminati was real. Seems very, very legit. But yes, welcome to the stream, everybody. I got a lot of requests this week, and you know sometimes I get requests, and I will or won't whatever do it. But I got a bunch of requests all for the same topic for this week, and it's about the allegations of Sascha Riley. So if people are unfamiliar, this is like a very I want to say like I guess viral conspiracy theory that is popped up. I mean to say conspiracy theory in a way that's not what's the word, like condescending or bad. I believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. We are more than open to conspiracy theories on this channel, on this stream. We talk about Epstein evidence. We go through the Epstein files. We talk about Bohemian Grove. We talk about all kinds of stuff that some may consider to be out there. So when I say conspiracy theory, I'm not necessarily using that in a derogatory sense. I think I think it's important to take these sorts of things seriously. But nonetheless, the Sascha Riley thing is what I would call a conspiracy theory, an alleged organization of two or more people who are conspiring together in order to perpetuate some secret hidden darkness. I don't know if that's the exact definition of what a conspiracy is, but that's sort of how I think about it. Before I start, yeah, these are new. These are new. So some of you guys watching might not even know about this yet. If that's the case, buckle up. But I wanted to start out with this. Sometimes we do this over here. Wait, how do I do that? Come on now. Start poll. Why? But why? I have a poll that I have all typed up and everything, and it doesn't seem to be working. Dang it! Okay, guys, this usually never happens, but let's try. Let me just try it again. Hang on. Hang on there. Okay, so we're going to. So what I want to know is, although nothing is 100% proven yet, would you say you lean towards Sascha Riley's allegations being true or false? And I'll put the options here: most likely true and most likely false. And I'll give another one called "Don't know anything about this." But please try to, if you can, try to give me, even if you're not sure, try to give me like a true or false answer. Most likely true, most likely false. Just because I'm curious where people fall on this. And if this is the first time you've heard the name Sascha Riley, then feel free to click "Don't know anything about this." But otherwise, come on now. Take a stand, all right? Take a very couched stand between true or false. I just kind of want to see where we're at here. So far, don't know anything about this is taking this away in a landslide. God dang. All right, 57%. But let's see how it goes. Okay. I want to say I heard this was really heavy. Told my partner that I needed to wait for the gob stream because I'll need the occasional mushroom joke to get through this. That's funny. I'll try to provide mushroom jokes. Way more true than I expected. Oh, interesting. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah. No real proof that they aren't real. Name of his adopted dad is in the files. That's true. Great beard. Nothing else I can confirm. Pfft, thank you so much. It's been so long since I trimmed it. I gotta do some maintenance, but thanks. Thank you. I got kind of like a wild man beard right now. Seen a ton of people on social media debunking these interviews, but then frustratingly just saying things like the math ain't mathin'. Oh yeah. That's funny. And I mean, like, that is a frustrating thing. I think that there are a lot of comparisons to be made. I mean, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I think it's valid to compare the Sascha Riley case and the ensuing kind of virality among a certain political side. It's a very easy comparison to make, and we'll get into this a little bit more later, I think, between Sascha Riley and things like QAnon, right? Or like Pizzagate, where the shoe's on the other foot, so to speak, where now it's mostly liberal types who are kind of into this, but it's not so easy to debunk something like this in a way that doesn't come off as like incomplete, unconvincing, insincere to the side that believes in it. I hope that makes sense. The outlandishness of the claims in no way debunks them for me. Yeah, that's very fair. So I mean, we're not. I don't really know I guess I could end the poll right now. Should I do that? It's been up for 2 minutes. That feels like a lot. 35 votes. That feels like a lot. I'll end it right now. Maybe we'll do the same poll again later. But we've got. Oh wait. Oh no. No, I don't know what it said. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Nothing's 100% proven yet. But do you lean towards Sascha Riley's allegations being true or false? Don't know anything about this. By far the winner. We got 60% of you guys here who have no clue what the H I'm talking about. Very fair. Most likely to be true, that's 34%. And most likely to be false, that's 6%. So that's quite interesting. So of the people who do know about Sascha Riley, a massive majority of you guys consider this to be like most likely true, I'll say, which is a pretty broad spectrum. It's, nobody can be 100% certain, but we're leaning towards these being true. That's interesting. I've got something to show you guys. So this will be my first Obsidian stream. I just started using Obsidian. It's awesome. I love it. I've got a whole fucking crazy board map here for you guys that we're going to go through. I don't even think we'll probably go through like all of these nodes that I've got here, but look at this. Isn't this cool? I can kind of like move it around however I want and whatever. Oh God, I can throw the different YouTube videos on here. Very easy. We can watch them right in this app. I'm so excited. So excited. So I'm going to take you guys through this, and I hopefully we'll come to something interesting, or maybe not final by the end of it, but hopefully you guys will have a better idea of what exactly is going on here. Now, this whole Sascha Riley thing is mostly about what is this? An interview that a person named Sascha Riley did on a person's Substack. The Substack's called Outlaws of Chivalry. All right, I don't really know what that means. And it's by someone named Lisa Noel Voldeng. Sounds pretty cool. And it is a massive interview. It's, oh God, how long is it? It is... Also, I love the way, like, everything is like a little bit weird, the way that this person, Outlaws of, what is it? Justice? Chivalry. The way that this blog organizes everything. It's like, it's in 6 parts, but they label them A. It's like audio file A of 6, B of 6, C of 6. It's like C of, why didn't you just say numbers? But yeah, so there's A to F out of 6 files. There's a lot of hours of interview here with this person named Sascha Riley. And this is a person. So here are some photos that accompany the thing. This is, I guess, ostensibly of Sascha when they were a child. And this is of Sascha on the right here as an adult when when they were serving in the military. I believe Sascha Riley goes by they, them pronouns. So I'm going to try and stick to that. But, it can be a little bit tough to remember sometimes, but I'll do my best. We're going to go through this. To summarize what these are about, these contain some very harrowing accusations of, CSA, child sexual assault, abuse, one of those. They're really disturbing to listen to. And maybe I should say up front here, like, if this is something that you guys in the audience here might be, if this might resurface some of your own trauma, I'd say to be careful taking in media about this, including this stream. I'm not going to go into graphic detail here. I talk a lot about this sort of thing on stream, going over Epstein stuff, and I always do my best to, I offer a non-graphic, non-descriptive coverage of these sorts of things. Occasionally, there are certain aspects of these disturbing events that are more necessary to go over, but for the most part, I think we should be able to cover this in broad strokes without being too upsetting. But that said, these allegations are quite a bit more intense and disturbing than even the stuff that we've seen associated with Epstein at all. Like, this is easily the most messed up stuff I've seen. I would say even above, like, stuff like QAnon and Pizzagate, even like that sort of intensity. This is even more than that. This is quite intense, but with a few exceptions, I think I will mostly kind of give broad strokes, kind of a high level overview of these allegations rather than going through them in excruciating detail, which you can kind of find elsewhere. You'll be very, very easy to find elsewhere. Yeah, more Franklin scandal level. Yeah, more Franklin scandal. More maybe like McMartin primary school, whatever that was called. Kind of like satanic panic stuff. Very, very disturbing stuff. Satanic ritual abuse. Hang on, I got to change something here. Oh boy. All right. So, and I also want to say, so something else I should mention, some of the stuff here might be, hard to believe and, hard, like maybe some of it doesn't line up. So we'll keep in mind as well, these are stories being told by somebody many decades after they were alleged to have happened. And we can't expect, perfect victims. We have to allow for, very common for people to make mistakes, especially recalling things so far in the future. It will be difficult for me to remember exactly what happened when I was 8 years old and I wasn't even going through anything traumatic. So, I think that like it's good to go over these things with a critical eye, but I don't think it's the end of the world if not everything totally lines up. So this interview that we're going to be forward is from November 23rd, 2025. This is a few months old, and it actually happens to blow up on, of all places, Threads just this past week. And I don't have Threads. I don't like Threads. All right. I have a Twitter account. All right. And I still call it Twitter. So I am able to kind of ignore the guy that owns it, but that's my evil social media short form accounts run by the world's richest Nazi. I don't feel the need to move over to fucking the one that Zuckerberg owns or the one that the original Twitter guy owns. I got my thing, whatever. But because all this shit happened on Threads, I was like, okay, I'll make a fucking Threads account, I guess. And they asked me for my fucking phone number, and they asked me for my fucking, I don't know, like they wanted me to take a selfie of myself. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I did that, and then they were like, we've banned you for life, and there's nothing you can do. So I just didn't make one. Fuck Threads. I want to say that loud and clear. It's bad. I don't respect it, and I didn't care enough to make my own Threads account. That said, I was able to see quite a bit, even without an account on Threads. You can see, I don't know, the first couple layers before it'd be like, if you'd like to see deeper in this conversation, you got to get into your own account. And I'm like, oh, fuck off. But I was able to find Sascha Barros. This is the Sascha Riley person. I was able to find their account. I was able to look through what a lot of people were saying. Very interesting stuff. This really does seem to be like the first Threads conspiracy, right? Like usually conspiracies come from places like 4chan, 8chan, Twitter, I guess, Facebook for sure. But like the birthplace of a conspiracy theory for it to be Threads, to me that feels kind of new. This is like a new thing, and this is different than like an 8chan one, right? This is a lot of liberals, a lot of riding for Biden type of people. In fact, Sascha Riley themselves happened to have been a riding for Biden guy. You can look through their social media, and you can sort of see the way people are talking about this. Blow up every post you see about the Sascha Riley tapes. This is the most aggressive suppression I've ever seen on this app. These men need to be arrested immediately. Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, Jim Jordan, Clarence Thomas, Andy Biggs. So yeah, trending Sascha Riley. So this really blew up on Threads. Now, what happened after that? Well, it started blowing up on Threads, and then it kind of started going elsewhere. In fact, most notably, maybe, it went to the r/Epstein subreddit. And if you were on our Epstein in the last week, you probably noticed it was like nothing but the guy who like nothing but different Sascha Riley posts that were all sort of saying the same thing. And it got to such an extreme extent that our Epstein mod team, including friend of the stream, Presidential Penis, I won't have any Presidential Penis slander here, okay? He's a good guy, and he does a great job doing thankless work. But he went over, he decided, okay, we're going to limit Sascha Riley posts, and people got very upset about it. We just made a decision to limit new posts regarding the Sascha Riley allegations. And then eventually it escalated to the point where it's effective immediately. If you ignore this announcement, you will receive a 90-day ban. But now there's a new subreddit that's devoted to just Sascha Riley called r/Sascha Riley. And again, like I'm comparing this to like other things like 4chan. Sorry, not well. Compared to like, for example, QAnon or Pizzagate, where it starts blowing up on 4chan or Reddit, right? Like, in the case of Q started on 4chan, and then every post was about it, and 4chan was like, fuck this, no more talking about this, and then it had to move to 8chan. Or with Pizzagate, there was a Pizzagate subreddit, and then that got banned, and then the R. Donald got banned. Like, this is kind of like a pattern, but we're seeing this as a liberal conspiracy theory. But it's just interesting to me how similar it is in a lot of ways. A lot of people very upset about the different changes. So I just thought this was funny. Somebody goes in that thread, hey mods, why are my comments being removed? And our boy TPP, Presidential Penis, one of the mods, is like, because Trump's handlers are paying me in crypto to stifle discussion on his involvement in this scandal. Now, I want to get, TPP stands on business for sure. We gotta, if you're on the Epstein subreddit, like, you probably agree this is a very good move, because the sub was kind of unusable. There are still some Sascha Riley threads on there, but generally people don't post about it unless it's something, a new angle, new information, whatever, something like that. Oh man, I'm having trouble getting the my pop-up chat working. Man, hang on a minute now. Hang on a minute. I don't like that. Okay. Program to kill. Eye of the Chicken Hawk. Shit is dark. Yes, it is. Oh, that's why it's not working, because it's behind my Obsidian thing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is kind of programmed to kill. It is kind of Eye of the Chicken Hawk. This is that kind of shit. Excuse me. So let's get into it a little bit. That's all preamble. So what the heck is Sascha Riley actually saying? Now, I've gone through, I've watched all fucking, how many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've watched all 6 interviews. It took me fucking so long. Oh my God, they're so long. I'm sort of mad at the lady that runs this site, Lisa Noel Voldang, because she's like, and we're going to put them all up in full. We're not going to edit them. We're not going to do anything. And listening to them, I'm like, okay, like maybe sure, put them up in full just so that people can listen if they want. But like, you could have edited them a little. You could have edited them into 1 hour-long thing I could have listened to. I didn't need to listen to like 5 hours of this. But that's neither here nor there. Lisa Noel Voldang seems like I would say a strange person. I've got this is their kind of website. Fangs forward, faith up. I create, I build, I lead, and I protect. Because I am who I am. Welcome to a glimmer of what I like to call a twinkle of my eye. There's something very funny about it to me. Portfolio. Ultra Agent Industries, Outlaws of Chivalry, Riders United, Doveland, Ultra Future, Uber Babe. What am I looking at here? Mogul Wars, Cyber Sugar Lab Corporation. Okay. For individuals attending elementary school to scientists and administrators at NASA. What? I don't know what that's all about. Some people are kind of making some programs to kill kind of comparisons, or like satanic panic type stuff. And Lisa certainly seems to be, I would say, a satanic panic type, like a satanic ritual abuse type. She mentions a few, like first of all, her, so here's the page on her Substack. It opens with a Bible quote. Luke 12:2-3. However, nothing is covered up that will not be revealed, or hidden that will not be known. Whatever you have said in the dark will be heard in the light, and what you've whispered in the inner rooms will be proclaimed from the housetops. And there are a few times during this where she says to Sascha, "Oh, that sounds like satanic ritual abuse." Like here, I think I got one for you here. Where would it be? Like this is one. Here, I'll just show you this one. 117. Oh, hang on, because I just think this part is interesting. 117. What was it? Oh. Okay, here we go.
You know, I've come into contact. I've minimized any content with. I'm familiar with a lot of really horrific horror stories that involve Satanists, occult practitioners, theistic Satanists. You know, I've spoken to folks that were able to get out of the theistic Satanist cults. A lot of the torture techniques you describe are similar to theistic Satanist torture techniques. Sexual torture, human trafficking, human cannibalism, and what I want to, you know, what's your sense in terms of these parties that what do you remember? Like, was there any overt? I know a lot of the attendees presented themselves as Christians, but their practices are full-blown demonic satanic. Do you have the sense that any of them were actually secretly practicing any sort of occult rituals, or were they just like rich, fiendish, fake Christians that...
Like, yeah, like if you know about, you know, SRA, satanic ritual abuse, there are many like kind of, I don't know what to call them, but like there's moments during this interview where you can tell that this woman, Lisa, is very pilled on this sort of thing. She's constantly trying to bring it around to Satanism. And I'll just play Sascha's their response because I think it's interesting.
Conscience.
I think it's the latter. Just rich, fake Christians. I can tell you one thing specifically that Trump did.
Yeah.
So I'll pause it there. But every time she brings up, and is this a satanic thing? Were they doing? He's kind of like, no, not really. So Sascha is not telling a SRA story. He's not telling a story that involves Satanists, that involves these sort of satanic rituals. But I've seen many, many people, including even the woman who brought his story to the world, try and reframe it into these sort of familiar kind of like, you know, 70s, 80s, programmed to kill, whatever, satanic ritual abuse frame, which I think is kind of funny, right? Like, because the things he's describing are so horrible that if it reminds me of anything, it reminds me of SRA stories. But there's nothing particularly satanic at all about anything that Sascha themselves is saying. So I just thought that was interesting to point out. That's one of like a few moments in the oh, there's another one. This one's kind of funny. I'll play this one too. It's at the end of the second interview. An hour and 13 minutes in. Oh God. Oh, sorry. This is the third one. An hour 13. This is just funny. Hang on. Where is it? Around here? Yeah. 29. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
So this is the end. They're signing off. He's gone through a bunch of traumatic shit, and Lisa goes,
Thank you much for your help.
You're welcome. And hey, something else before we go. I'll just tell you one of my own, two of my mantras. Mantra isn't the word I'd like to say because I don't practice occultist sort of Buddhism. Two of my
what?
Mantras.
She's like, here's two of my mantras. Nah, I don't really like the word mantras because I don't practice occultist Buddhism. It's like, what? Buddhism is what the fuck? You're saying Buddhism is like satanic, like Babylonian, Canaanite paganism, whatever? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh no, Trap Advisor, don't restart the stream. It's all good. We haven't even started. We're getting into the actual thing. Right now I'm setting shit up. But I do find it very funny that she won't even let herself say the word mantra when she's trying to give Sascha like, hey, like I have two really cool sayings that I like to say. but like she accidentally says mantra and she's like, but don't get the wrong idea. I'm not like an occultist. Like, I just think that's funny.
Those, I guess. Honor
Occultist
self,
Buddhism.
honor all.
And so, okay, so, but I will let you hear her two sayings, mantras.
Word I'd like to say, because I don't practice occultist sort of Buddhism. Two of my mottos, I guess. Honor self, honor all.
Honor self, honor all.
Is one, and fangs forward, faith up is another.
Fangs forward, faith up. So yeah, I I found that really funny. I mean, like, hey, I'm sure she's a lovely lady. She looks like she lives on a, I don't know, some kind of organic farm or something like that. I'm guessing just from this photo, she looks unvaccinated. She looks like she's a free thinker. She's probably, I don't know, works at an organic food store in the supplement section. Hey, she's probably got like a whole stash of ear candles and neti pots. She seems like a good hang. She probably has like a drum circle at her, commune place every month, at least once a quarter. She seems great. I just will say she does seem a little weird, but we're not really here for her. We're here for what she was able to show the world, which is the testimony of Sascha Riley. So let's, that's actually really true. Honor self, honor all. That is a satanic thing. She's like, I don't want to be an occultist Buddhist or anything, but do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Aleister Crowley. Anyway. All right. So I went through all of the stuff. I went through every single one of those dang long ass interviews. And I made a timeline, okay? A timeline of alleged events. Because he's kind of, or they are kind of all over the place, Sascha Riley. And so I heard it and I tried to write down when it seemed that things happened. And I came up with this. This one I made myself, but I realized afterwards that a lot of people did the same thing as me. In fact, I found this one down here that's probably even better than the one that I made. But I'd still want to go over the one that I made. We'll look at this one after because I think there's some interesting stuff in there as well. But the one that I made, I'm just going to be able to talk about easier because I made it. So here we go. Timeline of alleged events. Now, Sascha Riley is born in 1973. Okay, 1973. So over here, I mean, on the right hand side here, I've got age and AOAP, that stands for Age of Alleged, what was it? What did the P stand for again? Oh, perpetrator, because it's hard to keep track. He's making a lot of accusations of people who we know now, who are in the public eye now, but it all takes place in like the 70s and 80s. So I wanted to be able to be like, and how old would this person have been? How old would this person have been? So these are what the columns are. So Sascha Riley, born 1973. 1977, he's adopted by a man named William Kyle Riley, who is a pilot and Vietnam veteran. Sascha says that William Kyle Riley, who I'll just call WKR, was a pilot for Epstein, for Jeffrey Epstein. He was somebody who worked for him to carry out these sort of abuse parties that we'll get into in a second. Now, Sascha was adopted in 1977 when he was 4, and a couple of years later, in 1979, was when he remembers the abuse beginning, where he began to be abused by his family, and his father, his adoptive foster father, would kind of traffic him to other family members and friends in kind of like a local way. But then in 1980, when Sascha was 7, he began to become trafficked in what he calls the Trump/Epstein trafficking ring. Now, so you're probably the Trump/Epstein trafficking ring. That's interesting. So Sascha is alleging that the trafficking ring that he was being kind of shopped around in, for lack of a better term, in the 80s was run not by Epstein, but by Trump. Trump was like the one who ran everything. Epstein was an employee of Trump who would coordinate all of these abuse events by bringing clients to parties and also finding ways to ship the victims to these parties, figuring all this out. That was Epstein's job. Epstein was like kind of the party planner in a way. So this is what the claims are. So this is like a very different dynamic. Like what he's describing here is a vast criminal conspiracy of abuse that is completely different from anything we've ever heard from Epstein ever, for many reasons. And we'll get into that again. We'll get into that in more detail later. We'll return to it. But in 1981 to I think 82, Sascha lived in Enterprise, Alabama, not on a farm, but farms are in Alabama, Tennessee, and I think Texas. In those three states, that is where most of these abuse parties took place. Now, when he started getting trafficked, it looks like this was in 1981 to 82 when he was in Alabama. It began when he was 8 or 9. Not exactly sure when the beginning of it was, but when he was quite young. I've heard him say that trafficking started when he was 9, so maybe it was 82. I don't know. But 81 to 86 was the Epstein/Trump period. He was trafficked to farms in the South. He attended these hedonistic parties that would be attended by Epstein associates. These parties are, and I'll let you hear directly from Sascha. These parties sound kind of surreal, to be honest. 3253. Hang on. I'll get these up here. 3253. Here we go. So he's going to describe the parties to us.
To clarify, so when Samantha was killed, these were all of these parties at the farm or similar locations to the farm? Where there was
it was multiple farms.
Multiple farms. And usually
yes.
It was parties. So there was individuals like Trump that were flown into the parties. And
yes.
then
and they would have like a building, a house, and they would usually have like a tent set up, and it was almost like a little, I don't want to say a fair. It wasn't that big. They didn't have rides or anything, but it was a kind of a coordinated deal, Sometimes they would have the bare knuckle fighting. That probably is how my dad got involved with these people, because you've got boxing and stuff like that on TV, but that's really all you had back in the 70s and 80s.
So although, I'm not sure if he gets into it here, but although his father, WKR, William K. Riley, was a pilot, he was also a bare knuckle boxer, according to Sascha. So Sascha is speculating that that's how his father, WKR, got involved with this scene in the first place. He started as a bare knuckle boxer and then eventually was like, oh, I have a child I could traffic to you guys as well, and I could fly. I don't know. Worked his way up the ladder, so to speak.
More the MMA type of stuff wasn't allowed, and these fights were a little more gruesome. They didn't fight to the death or anything like that, but they were bloody, and these were fights, and not just boxing. And so the rich people would pay to see that. Sometimes they'd have like a band playing.
Band playing.
Just like what you would expect at like a fair or something.
So the rich folks would.
So I find this. What an insane thing to picture in your mind. There are tents. It's on a barn. It's at a farmyard in like Tennessee, Alabama, wherever. There's a barn, a farm, whatever, animals, who knows. There's a barn, there's tents. It feels like a fair. There's bare knuckle boxing, live music. People are being flown in, all of these kind of coastal elite types, politicians, celebrities. He describes there being people who spoke all kinds of different languages with all kinds of crazy accents. Almost everyone is white. He does say that there was one black guy who showed up, which we'll get into later. But there's all this going on, and another aspect of the entertainment is horrific child abuse. Absolutely horrific child abuse is also happening at these parties. So this is, again, like completely different from anything we've heard about Epstein or what Epstein was doing at any time, much less the 1980s. But this is his story. So he describes bare knuckle boxing, live music, drugs, child abuse like affair. Now, this one I don't have a date for, but it was sometime during this 1981 to 86 period, he noticed the only black man at these parties was Clarence Thomas. And Clarence would have been 33 to 38 at this time, well before he, joined the Supreme Court in 1991. And Sascha does say that he remembers his dad being like really excited in 91 when Clarence Thomas was named to the Supreme Court, being like, wow, remember him? Oh, wow, he was like the one black guy or whatever. Another guy, he says, was at this party. And the reason that he remembers Clarence Thomas, like I said, he was the only black guy, so he really stood out. But another guy he remembers at this party was Lindsey Graham. He said that, yes, he was at these parties and he acted really effeminate, if you can believe it, if you can believe that. Lindsey Graham was acting extremely effeminate and I guess even more so than he would be acting in his regular life. And Riley is pretty sure he was assaulted by Lindsey Graham, but he can't be 100%. He's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know. A lot of it is kind of vague, which is not unusual for survivors of abuse like this to not have a perfect memory. But Clarence Thomas, he's pretty sure he wasn't abused by. Lindsey Graham, he's pretty sure he was, but he doesn't quite remember. Okay, now this is going to be, I think, the most intense part of my retelling of the story, because I do feel like it's kind of necessary to get into details here. This is his first encounter with Donald Trump, happened from somewhere between 1981 and 1982, when Sascha would have been 9 to 10 years old. Trump would have been 35 to 36. This is his first encounter with Trump. He's had either 2 or 3 encounters with Donald Trump, he says. This is the first one. So he describes Donald Trump. He says Trump's kink, the thing that really got Trump off was watching people suffer, looking in someone's eyes as they were being tortured or whatever. And he wanted to kill somebody. He wanted to kill something. And so at this party, he was given a litter of puppies to drown. And Sascha just graphically describes how not all of them are drowned. He describes how Trump forced him to watch as he murdered a whole bunch of puppies. And then Trump, there's another thing Trump liked to do where he would sit on Sascha's chest, watching the life drain out of him as he choked to death. And then right before he died, he'd get up and be like, oh, you didn't die? Oh, I meant to kill you. And he'd do it again. And he'd just do that over and over and over again until he got bored. He'd always get up right before Sascha lost consciousness or died or whatever. And Sascha says that Trump paid Sascha's parents for this first encounter $25,000 in 1981-82. I mean, that would be a lot of money back then. I mean, that'd be a lot of money today. But yeah, and this is something that people have talked about. People have talked about all of the times that Trump's been like, he died like a dog. Oh, he was choking like a dog. He does say that a lot. He does say that a lot. Oh, look at him. He's choking like a dog. He can't breathe. He has, I think I even have a, one sec. I think I have something. Was it this one?
No, Sascha Riley.
Hang on.
To be.
Just got thrown out of the Navy like a dog, and he was fired like a dog. He was fired viciously.
This person's clips together a bunch of clips of Trump being like, he died like a dog.
And he's such a dumb guy that he doesn't even know he was fired. We've had Obama far too long. The last election should have been won, except Romney choked like a dog. He choked. He went, I can't breathe.
Romney is, very embarrassed that he did so badly 4 years ago. The guy choked like a dog. Romney choked, okay? He choked like a dog. A lot of people...
What the fuck is that expression? He choked like a dog? The fuck are you talking about? No one says that. But interesting. I mean, yeah, like he's got this. This is a story about him killing a bunch of puppies. I will point out, never have seen anything like this before from Trump. This is the first time I've ever heard anything even remotely close to this type of allegation about Trump. Okay, there you go. 25K would be $83,404.92 in today's dollars. I think this is a bit of a reach. I mean, yeah, like this does seem, it's not characteristic to me. It's out of character to me, even as a guy that does not like Trump at all. there's so much here that, like, you know, being into men or boys in this case, right? Like being this kind of a sadist, you know, I mean, it raises an eyebrow for sure, right? But who knows? He also mentions, this one's a little odd, from 82 to 86, he mentions that people spoke, he heard his parents and people at these parties speaking about Vladimir Putin, you know, but he's not sure he was ever at the parties. They also spoke about Bill Clinton. Again, not certain that either of those two guys were ever at the parties. And that is a weird year to be hearing about these guys. Vladimir Putin would have been 29 to 34. KGB dude, not a celebrity, not a world leader, not really a known guy. But apparently he heard people talking about Vladimir Putin. And he heard people talking about Bill Clinton. Again, this is early to be hearing about Bill Clinton. Was he even involved in Arkansas politics back then? Hang on. Bill Clinton. Yeah, let me just look up Bill Clinton. Wikipedia. Yeah. Let's see. What was he up to in the 80s? I guess he probably would have been 63, high school yearbook, Oxford, Vietnam War opposition, law school. Okay, he was failed congressional campaign and 10 years attorney general of Arkansas, 1974. So he would have been the governor of Arkansas during this time. So you know what? I mean, yeah, it makes sense that he would have heard about him. I mean, like, that's a Southern kind of politics thing they might have been talking about at the time. So yeah, that's not. Oh, whoops, guys. Sorry. I forgot that I wasn't showing you. I got two apps right now open. So Obsidian's great, by the way. I've been seeing some people being like, yo, Obsidian's fucking awesome. It's good. I'm totally new to it. And this was what I was able to do. My first time ever using it is make this massive, crazy board. This is a real advancement in the fine art of tying red string to bulletin board. All right. Now, moving on here. This part is extremely fucked, and I'm going to kind of cover it in broad strokes here. This doesn't involve any celebrities, but apparently for 2 months, Sascha became a member. They moved to Tennessee from Alabama, was it? They were at before, I think. Yeah, they're in Enterprise, Alabama. They moved to Tennessee, and he joined a child brothel, and he was the only boy. The others were all girls. At this child brothel, they filmed a bunch of CSAM, and I mean, he said he was in at least 10 films. Won't go into detail about that. A lot of the other girls there were murdered in front of him or just there. Some of them committed suicide. Others were killed on tape as some kind of horrifying snuff film. He started a friendship with this one girl there named Samantha, who was black. And she was kind of the leader, I guess, of the brothel, because he says, and I have a tweet where he talks about this, or sorry, not a tweet. What do you call it? A thread, a strand. I don't know what you call it, but apparently Samantha, this black girl at the thing, had access to a gun. Somebody asked him or them on Threads, can you explain how you and Samantha had access to a gun? And Sascha said, she ran the house. The gun belonged to the person she worked for. So I guess he said that there was a fat, kind of big-bellied hillbilly that ran the place, and he had a gun, but he was never there, so I guess Samantha ran it. It's a little bit confusing. This part, I will just say, sounds very, I don't know, it's a little hard to believe, but he tells the story very consistently. Every time he's asked a question about his time at this brothel, he's very quick with the answer. Like, it seems like something that, like, if it's not true that he did this, I'm not saying that he's intentionally lying or anything like that. I think that if this is if this is something that didn't happen, he has a very good handle on all of the different aspects of it. And he's able to talk about it at length without contradicting himself. And, you know, a lot of it seems far-fetched, though. I will definitely say that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true. It's just, I'll make that observation right now. This would have been when he was 11 to 12 years old, when he was at this brothel. I'll kind of go over, I'm just going to skip over some of this stuff. But he was in about 10 different CSAM movies. Yeah. Rilo. Yeah, we'll get into this. I have some of these as well. And I think that's important to point out. We'll get into this after I finish the thing. So after the brothel / CSAM studio, the Rileys moved to Alabama. And at some point during this period, around 1983, Sascha was having behavioral issues, as you may expect from somebody who's going through this level of abuse. And he was put into foster care. And he was so wild and ungovernable in his words that he was given. So this is, okay, I'm just going to say it. He was given to the famous primatologist Jane Goodall, the woman that worked with gorillas and chimpanzees. She was brought in to look after him because he was so, I guess, like feral or kind of like animal-like due to his experience, that they needed to bring in a primatologist in order to, I don't know, be able to help him. And after this experience in foster care, working with Jane Goodall, he was brought back to live with his foster parents, the ones who were trafficking him, William K. Riley and his wife, Lynn. And I guess I didn't get into this, but he does describe Lynn as being incredibly sadistic, even worse than William K. Riley. Lynn, his foster mother, was like exceptionally cruel. There is no evidence of Jane Goodall in Alabama at the time. I looked into this because that was something that, so maybe, you know, I had a bunch of corroborating evidence, and I was going to get into this later, but maybe I'll get into this part now because I'm sure that the Jane Goodall thing, people are going to be like, what? Like, that was something that really jumped out to me. I was like, Jane Goodall, seriously? But let me show you this. So Jane Goodall, well, actually, so Jane Goodall has a charity called Roots and Shoots USA. And let me see here. So it's like a youth thing where she works with kids. You can make change happen right here, right now. And so, like, as you know, as I've sort of discussed, there's a lot of discussion about Sascha Riley online right now. And the Jane Goodall thing gets brought up a lot to be like, that is definitely not true, right? That's definitely not true. And people found, actually, she does have a charity where she might do something like this. It's not specifically in Alabama. I don't know how much Jane Goodall gets involved in this. And I'll also point out, I did a little bit more digging, and it turns out Roots and Shoots is actually, it was only founded in 1991. So it was founded long after 1985 when Sascha said that he worked with Jane Goodall. At the time that he is saying, she was not doing this type of work, at least as far as we know. So I would say the Jane Goodall thing is almost certainly not true. Now, does that mean that the rest of it is not true? No. I think that, like, this happened to him when he was a traumatized kid. Whatever is true about the Sascha Riley story, I don't have difficulty believing that he suffered abuse as a child. He was a traumatized kid. He had a difficult upbringing. Okay, let's just say that. But I think it's noteworthy that a part of his story involves a celebrity like Jane Goodall that, I mean, we can't be certain of anything, but I think we can be nearly certain that this aspect of the story is not true. And it's worth kind of meditating on that, I think, because if he can kind of, I believe the correct term is confabulate. If he can, presuming he is telling the truth to the best of his recollection, if he can confabulate one celebrity that he crossed paths with, does that perhaps mean that some of the other celebrities in his story were also not there? Yeah, we'll get into that. The name of the actual camp that Jane Goodall did is Roots and Shoots. But I mean, he does not say he was at a camp. He says he was at foster care when she was brought in. All right. Blah 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 blah. Oh, you know what? I missed something here. This was just like an interesting detail. So I mentioned earlier the brothel that he was in. I guess he was there for 2 months, and when his mother Lynn came to pick him up, she was underpaid by the hillbilly that ran the brothel, and she was angry, and she threatened to call the police, and she was like talked about getting her lawyer involved, and the hillbilly just laughed because he was like, "What the fuck are you gonna do, Lynn? Like, you're gonna like file a case against me for like our fucking CSAM operation being like ripping you off? You aren't going to do that." I'm sure there were no contracts involved in this sort of, criminal work. But yes, okay. Oh, hang on. Oh boy. What am I doing here? Okay. Look, I'm new to this. Okay, whatever. Okay, 1985. Oh man, hang on. Hang on a minute now. Oh, geez. I zoomed in too much, and now I'm like, oh, it won't let me zoom out. I'm sure this is like so easy to figure out if you're. Okay, there we go. Okay. If you know how to use this program, you probably would easily be able to do that. But for a second there, I was completely trapped. All right. Blah 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 blah. Jane Goodall part. This one's weird. 1985. So I think this is in Alabama, but they're still doing these farm parties. So he goes to a party, and Jim Jordan is there. You know Jim Jordan, Republican. What is he? Congress guy now. Jim Jordan was there. He would have been 18 years old at this time. Jim Jordan's a lot younger than all these other guys, but apparently it was Jim Jordan. He was 18, and Sascha was 12. And he describes this. This part's a little odd. He was involved in a bare knuckle boxing match. Was there a Tucker Carlson thing? Did I forget about that? I'm not sure. But as you guys know, there would be bare knuckle boxing fights at these barn parties or farm parties. And at this age, at 12, Sascha he had this, I guess, role at these parties where the offer would be, hey, bare knuckle box with Sascha, and if you can beat them, then you can do whatever you want with them. And Sascha says he was 12, but he was a really good fighter, and his dad was like a boxer, and his dad taught him how to box. So he could box off almost anybody. He could win against almost anybody, even at 12. He was able to beat most of these grown pedophiles that would try to box him. He was able to beat them. But when he fought against Jim Jordan tackled him to the ground, kind of fought dirty, I guess, and then started to like whatever, took advantage of him, et cetera, et cetera. Imagine your own way. Oh, geez, Ludovos. Sorry to laugh, but I feel like this is a darkly that's dark. That's some good dark comedy. This story is like if Forrest Gump was a victim of trafficking. Yeah, it is kind of like that. There are a lot of celebrities, a lot of big kind of historical moments. It seems like, but yes. The Jim Jordan one is another weird one, like the fact that he would have been so young, 18, not a political force at that time, but that is what he says. Now, 84 to 86, he has his final encounter with Donald Trump. And again, I'm going to go into this one in a little bit more detail. I think it's worth, because this is the Donald Trump parts are the parts that people are the most fired up about. And this is the part that people most want the government or the state or whoever to look into. So let me let you know what this is all about. The final encounter with Donald Trump happened sometime between 84 and 86. probably towards the end of that. Sascha and Patricia. So Patricia was another victim of trafficking who was around the same age as Sascha, around 11 to 13 years old at this time. They met each other because they were both at the brothel that they were at before. They were brought to a party, and the adults told them, "Oh, don't worry, you guys are adults now. You can go off on your own, do whatever you want." The two of them go off, and they started having sex with each other, and they thought they were in some private place, but then a bunch of hillbillies, he says a bunch of adult hillbillies dressed in country western outfits burst into the room. Excuse me. For about 30 minutes, they assaulted Patricia. And then in front of Sascha, they shot Patricia in the head, killing her. And they pointed the gun at Sascha, and they said, "You need to do whatever the next guy who comes in the room wants you to do. You got to do it." And the next guy to come in the room was Trump. So Trump, I will not go into detail here, but Trump does a bunch of horrifying stuff to Sascha. And then Trump decides that he wants to have Sascha, what's a nice way of putting this? He wants to have Sascha top him. So Trump lies on the ground on his belly, and he's not looking back at Sascha. And Sascha is like, this guy, whoever he is evil. This guy's pure evil, and I need to basically kill him. So Sascha picked up a tent stake, like the little thing that you hammer into the ground with a rope attached to it to keep a tent from flying away in the wind, to keep your tent in place, to keep the fly, up. So he grabbed a tent stake, and he says he put a condom over the tent stake, and he inserted the tent stake into Trump's anus, and then he kicked it as hard as he could, and he was trying to kill Trump with this. And this did not kill Trump. Trump started screaming and in pain, and a bunch of adults with guns, I guess the same kind of hillbillies from before, they burst into the room, and Trump had to be airlifted out of the party, and Sascha was taken away from the party, and he was taken away. And he told this story like many, many times over the tapes. So I sort of pieced this together from a lot of different tellings of the story. Sometimes when he tells it, it seems like they took him right from that party to a different party the same night, a different one of these parties the same night. And I was like, what? They're having two of these the same night in Alabama? Like they're that popular? You can have, wouldn't you be like, oh, you're doing your fucking pedophile party tonight? We're having one. Can you at least stagger it? Like do it, whatever. But no, it isn't that. He says it's about a week later, Sascha's brought to another party, and his father, WKR, William K. Riley, says, "Sascha, it's time to face the music. You can't hurt rich people. You can't hurt people like Trump. They're protected. So now you got to face the music. You need to receive your punishment. Otherwise, we're in big trouble. You need to be punished." So they take him to another rural child abuse party. At this party, he is severely beaten by 8 to 10 adults and urinated on. They broke his ribs. They really hurt him. He says he has a deformed rib cage from this to this day. Didn't go to the hospital about this. At some point during the beating, his father, WKR, intervened, trying to save Sascha because he was like, whoa, guys, don't kill him. And then the group started beating the shit out of his father, WKR, as well. Then, all right, I don't know. A bunch of other horrible shit happened. I'm just going to skip over this next part because, it's not, I don't know. I don't feel like it's necessarily getting into it, but just suffice to say, horrific shit continues to happen to this guy. Now, the final party that he ever went to, hey, vodka 93804, jumping in here with the gift subs. Thank you so much. Smirnoff vodka. I drink it with every meal. It's nature's water. All right, that's what I call it. Thank you so much for that. Giving the people what they want. Appreciate that. No, we needed something good to happen going through all this awfulness. But anyway, we are talking about what? what were we talking about? Oh, yes. Horrific abuse of children. How could I forget? Now, this is another accusation, so I'll go into this a little bit, but I won't do the broad strokes. This is the worst he's ever abused. This is the last time he's ever brought to one of these parties, because it's so severe. And it is, this time he is abused by a man named Andy Biggs, who I didn't actually know even who that was. But Andy Biggs is a politician. Andy Biggs. This is another, why did it go birthday? Oh, because I was looking this up earlier. Andy Biggs is an American politician serving as U.S. Representative for Arizona's 5th Congressional District. This guy. So apparently this dude, when he would have been, how old? 28. So he would have been, I think that's pretty young. Like, I don't know if he had a career back then. Let's just check real quick. And this was in what year? 1986. So in 1986, what was Biggs doing? Arizona State Legislature, 58. I mean, he would have been studying political science, it looks like, at 86. So he would have just graduated from Brigham Young University, the Mormon University. He was a lawyer, I guess, at that point, and then eventually he went back to school. Much later, it looks like. Okay, so he would have been pretty young. He worked as a lawyer in Hobbs, New Mexico. So it's a little unusual to me how he would have fell in with this crowd, but who knows? Long before he was a politician, though. And he beat him so badly that it looked like he was going to die, according to Sascha. And his father he took him away again. His father stepped in, resulted in a heated argument between WKR and Biggs. WKR said, I didn't say you could kill him. And this was also apparently, this beating by Andy Biggs was also part of the, punishment for what he did to Trump. All right, 1986, great news. Sascha has ended his time being trafficked to the Epstein-Trump network. 1991, Sascha's dad was very excited that Clarence Thomas joined the Supreme Court. 1991 to 1998, Sascha was in the Army. He at some point became an amateur boxer. Later, there's a few things about his father. He says his father tried to kill him with a Chevy van, throwing him into a pool, throwing him down a flight of stairs. Local authorities started some investigations. They moved to Tennessee from Texas. There was another murder attempt. It happened in Florida with his father and mother trying to kill him. 2002 to 2016, Sascha joined the Army again. During his time in the Army in 2009, there was okay, here's another part. This is kind of how the whole thing starts. The first interview, he begins with him talking about this. He says that when he was in the Army, in 2009, one of his fellow soldiers was caught with CSAM, child sexual abuse material. And the video that he had apparently was one with Sascha Riley and their friend Samantha from when they were at the brothel. And during the investigation of this guy's material, the people who were doing the tribunal were like, whoa, that looks like Sascha. And so they went to Sascha as part of the investigation to be like, well, let's see if it is him, and we can ask him how old he was so we can know if this really is an underage person. And they went to him and they told him they had it, and he was like, yes, that was me. I did do videos like that. But Sascha says he wasn't shown the video, but apparently he was just questioned as part of this investigation. Now, I'm not an Army guy. I don't really know how those sorts of things work. That story does seem kind of far-fetched to me as well. Like, is that what they would do in that situation? Where like first of all, the chances that you would see somebody as a kid and be like, oh, that's the guy from down the fucking barracks or whatever. Like, I recognize that guy. That's him. Like, that seems so weird. No records have been found of this Army investigation yet. Things are still new. I have seen people kind of looking into it, but nothing's been found. Someone has apparently said that they were a sergeant with Sascha, and they said that they were involved in this, but like, I don't know, that one hasn't been verified to my liking, but who knows? This is all very early, right? This only blew up like a few days ago. But I will say this is one of the parts of the story that strains my credulity the most. Yeah, they're able to recognize him from his youth. I mean, like, you know, you can see these pictures here of Sascha. Like, apparently this is him when he was 10. You know, this is him when he was in the army. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how would you ever put those together? Unless he has like a specific birthmark, maybe. I don't know. But who knows? So it's a lot, right? It's a lot. It's a big story. Just listening to the audio, many parts of it stood out to me as it's hard for me to kind of take them 100% seriously. And I understand that I think there's a very good impulse to believe survivors, believe the children, believe the people who come forward with allegations, right? I think that that's a great impulse. I think that we should always support survivors, support victims, support people making allegations. I think support is important. I think that, like, if you have someone in your personal life, a family member, a friend, like, who comes to you with something heavy like this, I think it's important to, like, support them and show them you're there and, like, listen to them and, like, reaffirm that they're not crazy and they're whatever. Like I think that's a very useful thing. But when it comes to something like this, these are substantial, like, very heavy accusations of abuse against specific people, I think that it can kind of be a thought-terminating cliche to say, like, you know, believe survivors, believe victims. It ends up translates to, like, you know, believe allegations. And we cannot just believe allegations without investigation, without looking into them, and without any corroborating evidence. If you only listen to the audio, you don't have any of that. Like, I've seen, you know what, I think I can actually show you. There's been some people, like, where was it? Like this guy made this video. Hang on one second.
I have two things to say about this report.
Oh, sorry. I got my usual 3 times speed on. Let me just slow this down so you guys can hear me. Hang on. There we go.
I have 2 things to say about the Sascha Riley recordings. Number 1, it's not your job or my job or anybody on the internet's job to determine whether or not what Sascha Riley is saying is true. That needs to be determined in a court of law. It is our responsibility, if we're moral people, to make sure as many people as possible hear the testimony of Sascha Riley. The second point I want to make is that a lot of people are saying, if it turns out his story is false.
And I'll just say, like, you know, like, to an extent, yeah, like, you know, it's not my job to do that. It's not anyone's job. But I mean, I think that we should be able to use our best judgment as whatever non-professionals, as long as we are doing conspiracy theory discussion. A big part of that is research. And I think it's okay to look into these things. Obviously, it's not my job to do so, but this is a story that's really making the rounds. And before I would want to make sure that as many people as possible hear it, I want to make sure that this is something worth spreading. I think
it will undermine the testimony of all.
Yeah, I think that's all we really need to hear from this one. But I mean, I get the impulse. I think this comes from a good place, but you know, I disagree with it. I think that you could use this same logic to say stuff like QAnon or Pizzagate or, you know, any kind of conspiracy theory should be spread without any examination. No, our duty is to spread these allegations, not to investigate them. I think we don't need to be like a court of law or professional whatever in order to investigate things. In fact, if we leave everything to the courts, there's a lot of shit we're never going to know because the justice system is incredibly biased and very often has horrific outcomes. So I don't agree with that, but I do think it's coming from a good place there. So I have a couple things I want to go over here now that we've gone through the timeline and we've decided, yes, we would like to investigate this more and we would like to kind of decide if this is worth looking into. Some corroborating evidence. So, well, first I'll say, I think somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, there is a So this is not the first time that Sascha has made these allegations. As you can see from my timeline up here, November 23rd, this is when this thing was originally posted. And then just this past week is when it blew up on Threads, but like it was recorded last year. But Sascha has been posting about this on Threads since July. And even before that, in 2021, Sascha Riley had been posting a lot of the specifics here on his Facebook account. And you can still find these. These are all still up. Another piece of evidence, people found his father, William K. Riley, on Facebook, I think as of 2 days ago or so. His Facebook is shut down. And people pointed out one of the people that his father is following on Facebook is Lindsey Graham. You know, again, these are really intense accusations, and I'm going to need a little bit more than this. Like, it would be another thing if Lindsey Graham was following WKR. This one is just like, okay, he's following WKR. I mean, he's following Lindsey Graham. I mean, a lot of people follow him. That doesn't necessarily mean that he was at these abuse parties. But if we look at Sascha's page, since 2021, he goes over a lot of the same stuff. And it's very consistent. Like I said, like, he's told these stories many, many, many times, and it all fits together. It all, like, he doesn't contradict himself. You may find the stories hard to believe, but they're remarkably consistent. I'll say that for him. He tells some really sad stories. Donald Trump, the first time he assaulted me, went like this. He talks about the puppies, blah, 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 the beating. He talks about injuring Donald Trump, what they did to me as a result of injuring Donald. This is all from 2021. Andy Biggs, he mentions. This part I do want to take a second to look at. This is a post of his from 2021 as well. The following will corroborate all or parts of my recent posts. Oh, is there no way for me to zoom in more? Oh, I guess not. Oh, that's annoying. Is there not? Oh, that's as far as I can zoom in? Oh, okay. All right, I'll just read it. The following will corroborate all or parts of my recent posts. 1, Donald's medical records. 2, my medical records. 3, CPS involvement in Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama. 4, the lady at the shoe store. 5, Ray Slauson, our neighbor in New Brockton, Alabama. 6, a polygraph given to me at a behavioral health hospital in Alabama. 7, I'll take another polygraph. 8, there was heroin in my system when CPS got involved in Alabama. 9, multiple police investigations in Texas, Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida. 10, witnesses after my dad tried to facilitate the accidents to kill me. 11, our neighbors from the duplex in Enterprise, Alabama, which I didn't go over that, but there is a part where his mother is torturing someone to death, and their screams in their like duplex apartment concern their like duplex neighbors. So that's what he's talking about there. 12, I went to 9 different schools, some of which had records of incidents and requested police involvement and CPS intervention themselves. 13, the pornography that still exists. 14, the FBI investigation into the pornography. 15, my dad got a speeding ticket on our way to bury Sammy. There's probably more, but those are a good starting point. Yeah. So I think that's worth pointing out. Yeah. He goes over a lot, you know, he posts like, he tags his dad. He shows like a photo of his dad. He's posted a lot of stuff. I mean, none of it is in and of itself evidence, but this part is interesting because it's like, okay, those are 15 things where he's saying evidence does exist and I want to dig it up. All right. So there's that. Let's look at some of the other corroborating stuff here, though. There's this photo that people have been posting a lot. This could be Epstein with a young Sascha, and not sure why this other guy's circled. I'll just say straight up right now, this is AI. This is an AI photo. This is not real. This is not Epstein's island. Epstein did not have his island in the 80s. Epstein did not have gray hair like this in the 80s. Epstein's face did not look like this at any point in his life. This is an AI face. And Epstein also was not known for trafficking boys. In fact, aside from Sascha Riley, we have zero allegations of boys being trafficked. This is it. So this is an AI picture. So this thing can be completely disregarded. But the Jane Goodall thing we went over already. Here's something, though. Hang on. Oh, the Epstein in Texas. Okay, this is from 1980. This is from before we knew about, the stuff in Alabama. This is what Epstein looked like in 1980. This is when, if you haven't heard about this yet, this is nuts. This is 27-year-old Epstein was named Bachelor of the Month by Cosmo magazine in 1980. This is a little thing. Bachelor of the Month. Financial strategist Jeffrey Epstein, 27, talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. Now, this part I thought was interesting. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York Dynamo at 55 Water Street, yada, yada, yada. And I mean, there's not a lot of evidence that Epstein had anything to do with Texas. But I just thought this was interesting. In 1980, he's saying he's looking for a cute Texas girl. Texas being one of the places I think Sascha mentioned living at, right? I think that's right. Didn't he? Wait, hang on. Oh yeah, Texas. Yeah, Texas. So yeah, it's something. It's not nothing. But okay, here's something though that like a lot of people have been talking about. Epstein files. Does any of this show up in the Epstein files? Well, oh boy, this whole thing. Look at this. This my fucking. Have you guys noticed my mic keeps like slowly drifting back, slowly falling back, and I keep like moving further and further away. I'm like, and hang on, let me just move this. There we go. Yeah. I'm reminded of Jacques. Like the accusations are so specific, it feels like if the admin doesn't sue him to shut him up, then it's practically acknowledging guilt. Zorro Ranch was in the 90s. But yeah, it feels like if the admin doesn't sue him to shut him up, then it's practically acknowledging guilt. I mean, maybe, but you could also argue like this is one of those things like where people were calling like Rumsfeld a lizard guy. Like, certain allegations are so like out of nowhere, like so untrue that like even addressing them causes this kind of, I guess, Streisand effect. Like it causes like, it doesn't help you to acknowledge them, even to fight them, even to sue them. Like it'll just give it more air, give it more life. At this point, I feel like they will have to do something, but I don't know. Maybe they'll just continue to ignore it. And then all of these people who are super into the Sascha thing will feel like they've been vindicated. But these are actual things from the Epstein files. Okay. So Bill Riley from Coral Springs, Florida, was someone listed on Brad Edwards' supplemental witness list, witnesses which may be called if the need arises. Brad Edwards was a lawyer, an attorney for the victims of Epstein. He represented Virginia Giuffre, Anushka DiGiorgio, a bunch of other people. One of like the main guys involved in the Epstein case prosecution. He has a book, Relentless Pursuit, that's quite good, I would say. One of the best books you can read to understand the Epstein case more. And this is from his witness list. So you can find, I got the link here, justice.gov, yada, yada, yada. Sure, we can go to this. Why not? Copy. Go to the internet. Look into the thing. I don't really need to do this. Like I just showed you guys the thing on the other page. Oh, page not found. What the heck? Why? Sorry. Hang on. No? Dang it. Ugh. Okay, whatever. I mean, it's true. Okay, just believe me. Just trust me on this one. This is a real thing. There's another thing from the Palm Beach Police incident report. They found Mr. Riley was he worked for a private investigator firm called Riley and Riley. William Riley. Down here, Virginia named William Riley as Epstein's attorney. This is from one of Virginia's depositions, which we have had for quite a while. Virginia, how long was it after that phone call from the FBI person you were contacted by Mr. Epstein's lawyers? Like last week, it was back to back to each other. I remember being so scared, blah, 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 blah. It was about a week later, I was called by his attorney. Who was it that contacted you? Do you remember? I want to say Bill Riley. Oh, sorry, gang. I'm not showing you guys what I'm looking at. I want to say Bill Riley, but he might have been from the FBI. No, it was Bill Riley. Bill Riley. Not sure if that's his correct name, but that's what's coming to mind. They go on about Bill Riley. I know Bill Riley was the first guy to contact me, one of Epstein's assistants. Then down here, this is from Nadia Marchinkova's, deposition, where she just pled the fifth to everything. She didn't answer anything, but she was asked twice about Bill Riley. Where are those computers today? Fifth, were they taken by his investigator, Bill Riley? Fifth, do you know Bill Riley? Fifth, all right, so more Bill Riley stuff from the Epstein files. These are from the Epstein emails. He mentions to David Schoen, one of his friends, / one of his, I think, was Bill Schoen? Was he like his lawyer? I forget. Some guy who worked for him, but they had a friendship as well. David Schoen goes like, I'm sure you have lawyers you feel are the best for you. I hope that's the case. And then Jeffrey Epstein goes, William Riley. It's like, yeah, I got the best lawyer, William Riley. Take that to me. Down here, this is a private log for Epstein victims. Bill Riley was subpoenaed, and he was subpoenaed on December 19th, 2009, and deposed September 29th. Wait, that don't make no sense. Sorry, September, not December, not October, not December, whatever I just said. Yes, no, he was deposed 10 days after that. September 29th, 2011. Okay, so Bill Riley, like, that's a name. Like, that name is showing up. That does seem, yeah. Like, she pleads the fifth 100 times. That doesn't tell us anything, but it does tell, like, that his name is showing up. They knew him, they knew this guy, Bill Riley, and they were asking people about him. They didn't find anything out about it from Marchinkova, but they asked him about it. All right. Well, this one, I looked into this one, the police report, and look at this. The cop that wrote this report, looking into this whole thing, I researched their webpage, Riley Kirali, which also show various cases which they assisted. He notes down the website, www.rileykirali.com. Now, this website don't exist anymore. But it does exist on the Wayback Machine. If you go on the Internet Archive, one of the best remaining websites on the shitty internet, they have it. It's a weird little Web 2.0 when everything was made with Flash. And we got a little bit more information about William K. Riley. So, okay, not William K. Riley. So this person is William H. Riley. Can you guys read that? If you're watching this on a big screen TV, I'm sure you can read it. But if you're watching it on your phone, let me read this out to you. Riley Kirali is owned by William H. Riley and Stephen N. Kirali. William H. Riley began his professional investigative experience in 1966 when he joined the City of Miami Police Department. He spent 8 years working undercover, investigating drug smuggling and money laundering cases throughout the United States and Central and South America. In 1968, he was named Officer of the Year and awarded a gold medal for valor, the department's highest honor for his undercover work as a special investigator for 3 Dade County grand juries in Mexico and South America. In 76, yada, 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 goes into what he's doing in the 70s. Okay, 79, Mr. Riley left public service and entered the private sector and started his own investigative firm, handling investigations dealing with internal theft, bankruptcy fraud, securities fraud, and white-collar crimes. So right off the bat here, I'm like, okay, this guy was doing like corporate lawyer, like evil fucking shit, white-collar crime shit in the late 70s and 80s. Back when William K. Riley, the guy that we've been hearing about, was a pilot, a Vietnam veteran who was living in the South, running all of these, parties for horrible people. This doesn't seem like it can possibly be the same guy. Sascha does not show up at all in the files so far. And so like a lot of people, like there's kind of like, if you express any skepticism towards this, a lot of the Sascha Riley kind of believers will say like, well, that's why we need to get the files out. And I agree. We do need to get the files out. Let's get the files out. Let's see what's in those frickin' things. But the files that we have don't mention Sascha at all. I mean, if this study leads to the forcing them to release them all, great. But yeah, right now there's nothing at all connecting them. I also found, I did a bunch of fucking research on this. I found this old blog from called Private Investigator News and Information that's been archived on this site, Scribd, in like screenshot form. So it's just screenshotted, and they're talking about, this is during the fucking original Epstein investigation, 2006, from Roy Black, who was one of Epstein's lawyers. And he passed away in like 2022 or something like that. But he's talking about Mr. Riley and Mr. Kiraly, the guys from this thing, and going over that. So anyway, I don't really need to go over this. This is just trust me on this. This is not the same guy. So like all of this corroborating information, which originally I did find to be kind of convincing. I was like, oh shit, like William Riley does show up in the Epstein files. That's something. Like maybe he does work for Epstein. And then I looked more into it. It's like, he's not a pilot, because that's what Sascha said. He was Epstein's pilot. Not a pilot. He's one of his lawyers. And then when you look more into him, he has a completely contradictory like life story. He just doesn't seem like the same guy. This is a completely different dude. What else we got? Here's somebody who, okay, yeah, let's watch this. This person did, I would say, like a great job researching this. Let's just show it. Content warning for TikTok voice. But no, I think she's great, but just so you know.
Okay, now that we've had a day or two to really live with Sascha Riley's story, I'm going to take you through my deep dive process. Because so far, I have found not a single shred of evidence that discredits anything that Sascha has said. And for the record, everybody, Sascha goes by they, them pronouns, so that's how I will be referring to them. Now remember, this is all alleged, my own opinions, and please don't contact anyone. So starting in 2021, Sascha was being public about what their father did to them. He also have been publicly accusing their father of trying to unalive them, being completely consistent with what we heard in that interview. I also
totally true. Totally agree with that. Oops.
So confirmed that they did live at this address that's mentioned here. And again, all of the details are matching up. Also pay attention to the date that they were publicly coming out and talking about this right when the transfer of power to Joe Biden was happening. And after hearing the interview, we know why. I also found another picture of Sascha as a child along with Irene, the original.
I will say, very impressed by this woman's ability to dig shit up. Like, I like to think I'm a good researcher. I don't know how the heck she found some of this shit. Yeah, Irene was the original wife, not Lynn, the really sadistic one. I think Irene and WK are divorced by 79 or so when Sascha started being trafficked out. But
Original wife. Again, we don't know how much she was involved in all of this. And I'll be honest, I couldn't find a trace of her anywhere. So I've had to put a pin in Irene for now. This is William Kyle Riley. And I'm going to try not to cry as I say this, but he and his newest wife, Cindy, and with everything in my body, I am hoping that this 6-year-old child does not live with them, even though they clearly have a room. But I did in fact confirm that William Kyle Riley is a pilot. Now through William, I was able to track down Mary Lynn Riley, and sure enough, in 2018, she's there as being dead. Through her date of death, I was able to track down the picture of this monster as well. And on the surface, it seems
this
like
is Lynn, the I guess the wife who Sascha claims some of the most intense stuff about.
Normal obituary, right? Until you start reading it. Because as much as they talk about all the things about Lynn, they never talk about things like her profession, nor do they mention the time she lived in Georgia and Indiana and Missouri. These people moved around all the time, as if they were trying to keep people from catching on. And then you get to the surviving section, and there's not a single mention of anybody in the Riley family. She talks about her first husband, but not of her second one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Does that seem weird not to mention, like, you know, in someone's obituary, their ex-husband who they aren't with anymore? Although she still has the name Mary Lynn Riley. I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't really know what the purpose of that would be. I don't know. Anyway.
Nor the adopted child she helped raise. Because her first husband is listed as deceased. They got married the year after they left high school. So who raised their children? Because I sure as fuck hope that they weren't living with this woman. A woman who kept the last name Riley up until her death. I don't know, there's just something off about it. Now, I personally suspect that they were using false identities. Because in her background check, I found a nurse's license. Yeah. She was a nurse. A nursing license she didn't get until 1995 under the name Mary Joan Riley in the state of Indiana, of which she has no record of living there. And in the same background check, all of this I found in the same place.
I don't know, like
I found
it seems like she's using like a paid background check website, and I mean, I don't know. I never used one of these things. I don't really know where like how she would have gotten this stuff. But I'm a little bit skeptical as how reliable these things are. I don't know.
Her under Maria.
Like, yeah, I do feel a little bit uncomfortable here with even like the people who are still alive showing pictures of them and stuff. But it's out there. Like, people have been talking about these people.
Riley, and she lived on Trump Drive in Indiana. Anyway,
the Trump Drive thing, she gets into it in a second here.
I looked up the address. It was in a trailer park, and I looked up the whole trailer park that it's in. And guys, the rest of these streets are like names of people.
Okay, so we'll stop here for a second. Yeah, she's got a trailer park here. There is a Trump Drive, Bassett Drive, Happy House Drive, Dustin, Mindy, Ashley, Joe, Tammy, Renee, Barb Wood, Samantha. So Samantha was another character from the story. And people asked Sascha about this on Threads. Someone says, I'm working on corroboration. Sascha, where is it? Where was it? Did I not? Oh, man. Where did I put it? Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, no, right here. Somebody said, Sascha, have you seen this? Do you know anything about this? And then showing like the screenshots from this video. And Sascha actually responded, I just learned about this recently. It looks like I think he being Trump, named the streets after the people he killed or had killed. So that's what Sascha says about these streets. Jacob, Kirk, Megan, Dustin, Travis, Mindy. Yeah, Trump Drive. And yeah, really? I mean, okay. I don't know. I find this very weird. Tizzle Bacon. The only part that's not believable is that every street in Indiana isn't called Trump Drive. That's funny. I mean, I wonder when they changed the name. Like, was it called Trump Drive before 2016? I don't know. But this is pretty weak to me.
Kirk, Megan, Ashley, Joe, Tammy, Renee, Dustin, Mindy, Travis. I mean, the fact that they lived on Trump Drive in a trailer park with Samantha Drive, I fully recognize that it's basically nothing. But Trump likes to put his name on everything. I just hope this isn't like a weird trophy of some kind. I want to bring this back to wife number 3 for a second because Cindy, I have some questions about. Because I had this weird feeling that William K. Riley was the kind of guy who would put things in his spouse's name to cover up his involvement. And one of the properties that was listed under her and William had been previously owned by the Deutsche Bank.
This is my favorite part. Okay, so I'm a millennial and I don't know nothing about home ownership or what that's like or what the process is like, but I don't think it's weird. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody in the chat has their shit together and has thought about home ownership, is it weird that this home that they lived in was previously owned by the Dutch bank or the Deutsche Bank, whatever she calls it? To me, that just seems like it had a mortgage on it. Like, isn't that how mortgages work?
I had this weird feeling that William K. Riley was the kind of guy who would put things in his spouse's name to cover up his involvement. And one of the properties that was listed under her and William had been previously owned by the Deutsche Bank.
The Deutsche Bank.
That Dutch bank. The Dutch bank that Epstein talked about all the time.
Yeah, I mean, like Epstein. So she's connecting it to Epstein because of whatever. Like, it's okay.
Being Trump's downfall. The same bank that was sued by Epstein's victims for $75 million. The same bank that was subpoenaed by the Manhattan DA.
No shit. No shot, God viewers on a home. Oh, man. Yeah, probably not, though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have a mortgage. That's how they work, but I can barely read. Yeah, I mean, like, this is how a lot of the world works. That doesn't seem weird to me at all. I think it's very funny to connect it to Epstein. Oh, man. Sorry, I just realized I didn't mention, because Epstein doesn't really come up a lot in this story, right? In Sascha's story, but he does come up. He mentions meeting Epstein like once or twice. He's like, I don't really remember him. I remember Guylaine. Sascha says he remembers Guylaine because he remembers his mother being really nervous about pronouncing her name correctly. Anyway, we'll get more into that in a second.
The one that Trump sued to block the release of? The one that was fined $150 million for working with Epstein?
Yeah, it's like, no, yeah, banks are awful, and a lot of them are directly implicated in Epstein shit, but I don't think we can jump to any conclusions because a home that the Rileys lived in was previously owned by this bank. That's just kind of how mortgages work, right?
What would a little single family residence in Georgia be doing owned by a trust from the Dutch bank? A trust that was out of Richmond, Virginia. Now, silly me, I was so flabbergasted with that discovery that I forgot to take a screen grab of the address that was associated with. So today, when I went to go find the address again, I went to Cindy's profile and this happened.
Right. And I'm sure that a lot of these people are kind of realizing that they're being kind of cyber stalked and shutting their stuff down.
That's not the only weird thing about these properties, because I just chose a property at random. When I say that there was probably about 15 addresses listed for these people, I'm not exaggerating. And a lot of sketchy P.O. boxes. But this property in Georgia was sold to an Anthony and Cheryl Cisco. Now, according to his own website, he's an author.
I mean, he's going, now she's like, who owned it beforehand? Let's look into them. And it's like, okay, I don't really care. Skipping ahead here. Is there anything really worth going on? She finds William K. Riley's LinkedIn, and it's like, oh, he was a pilot. He was a Vietnam pilot.
Because those are the same years that a lot of the, abuse was happening, according to Sascha. Because human resources sound sketchy as hell, too.
Wait, why?
And I've never seen...
We had a human resources job. She's like, human resources? What's that? It's like, no, that's like a very common career.
Part though, because those are the same years that sketchy as hell too. And I've never seen so many people endorse a profile before, let alone one that only has 12 years of experience listed. Now, speaking of weird documentation,
I think, okay, so like, I mean, I do think she does a good job. She uncovers a lot. Like, I wouldn't have known how to find all this stuff, but I think she kind of jumps to a lot of conclusions that I don't think that she has the evidence for it, I will say she does draw together like a lot of places that we won't bother watching the rest of it. It's longer than I remembered. But she finds a lot of the places that Sascha mentions living at in some of his Facebook posts, and I think thread things. He had mentioned certain addresses. She tracks those down. She finds that, yes, it looks like someone named Riley did live there. In broad strokes, like a lot of the stuff that he says about his life does appear to be true, like where he lived when, certain things like that. This doesn't corroborate the more violent, dark, salacious parts of his story, but it at least kind of, I think, broadly corroborates it as, like whatever you think happened to Sascha Riley, whatever you think is true, to me, I think it's unlikely that Sascha was not abused. I think that this guy was traumatized in some way and is largely speaking from his memory and his experiences, and a lot of his story that seems to be bearing out. So those are kind of that's about all the stuff I really care to go over for corroborating evidence. As you can see, none of it is that convincing, right? None of it that I've seen is, it's true. There's a part 3 of that video, which I wasn't able to find. Apparently she uploaded it on her TikTok and it got taken down for cyberbullying. So I don't know what was in it. But anyway, I've been trying to follow this story. I've been trying to see what other people have been saying about it. And I did genuinely think she did one of the better jobs of explaining a lot of this sort of the case for believing Sascha Riley. So, no hate to her. I think whatever's true, I think she's coming at it from a good place. Now, here's something that we haven't talked about. What happens when we look at the story? So we went over the timeline of alleged events. What happens when we take that timeline and we sort of incorporate what was going on with Epstein? Now, as it turns out, the most mysterious part of Epstein's life, the part of his life that we know the least about, happens to be I guess it would be like the 80s, right? Like the 81 to 87 kind of era, which is exactly the same time period where Sascha was being trafficked. But Epstein has been a fascination from some of the internet's most unhinged people, myself included, for a long time. And I'll say, have done a lot of work and put a lot of effort into going over every little thing we know and trying to put together a timeline. So while we don't know everything, especially about this period, We do know some things. And when we line up the two stories, I think something interesting happens. So let me quickly go over this for you guys. So Sascha Riley, born 1973. From 1974 to 76, that's when a 21 to 23-year-old Epstein was teaching math at the Dalton Academy, this private school for fucking rich kids in New York. He was dismissed for poor performance 2 years later and was immediately swooped up by Bear Stearns, became a floor trader there because he had just perfectly managed to kind of lie his way into this position, lying about his backstory, whatever. He started dating the daughter of Ace Greenberg, one of the guys who owned Bear Stearns. He got really close to Jimmy Kane, another guy there. Eventually, he became the owner of Bear Stearns, and Jimmy Kane, apparently, Epstein was helping him date and giving him dating advice, maybe hooking him up with people. And he just kind of started skyrocketing through the company. I don't know if that's the right word in this case, but he kept getting promoted. He was 23 years old when he started there, and he got promoted to options trader. Then he became an advisor for Bear Stearns' wealthiest clients. And this is all right when he started. That's what happens when you date the boss's daughter. You date one of your boss's daughters, and then your other boss, you just constantly are helping him get laid. It turns out you can move up quickly in an organization when you do that. So that's 1976, 1981. Meanwhile, Sascha is adopted by WKR, William Kyle Riley, in 1977, starts being trafficked in 1979, being abused, not in the Trump-Epstein circle yet. 1980, his girlfriend dumps him, realizing that he lied about everything. That's how Lynn Greenberg describes why she broke up with him. 1980, Epstein's 27 years old in 1980, named limited partner. That's one step below being a full partner, being called change the name to Bear Stearns Epstein. You know what I mean? Not really, but you get the picture. He's 28. He's 27. Named limited partner. That's crazy. This guy is extremely successful. He's apparently the youngest person ever to be named this at the time at Bear Stearns, and he's making about, in 2025 dollars, $800,000 a year at Bear Stearns. At this point, he begins regularly flying to Palm Beach to visit young women there. Starts dating around. 1980, as we saw, he's featured as a Bachelor of the Month in Cosmo. He's quoted as seeking a cute Texas girl. Interesting. 1980, Epstein gets in trouble for flying to the Caribbean on Bear Stearns' dime. He writes he charges, aside from the flight, when he gets there, he buys $10,000 worth of clothing and jewelry for his girlfriend, and he charges it all on the company card. While people are upset, this does not lead to any consequences for Epstein. Yes, drugs as well, I forgot to say. Jimmy Kane was really Epstein's Bear Stearns vessel, as well as Greenberg, but I feel like Kane enabled him more. I think so too. Hard to say for sure, but yeah, that's what I think. Have you seen the recent Chris Hansen video? I haven't. Who was it that he interviewed recently? Oh, with Juliette Bryant. Oh, interesting. Yeah, she's interesting. She's certainly I don't know what to say about her. But yeah, she is a Epstein victim who I think has been through a lot. There's some very harrowing accounts of what she's been through. I think that she has, I don't know. I feel really bad for her. I think she's been severely traumatized by what happened, and sometimes it's hard to sort of see what she's trying to say. I don't know. You know what? I'll leave it there. Anyway, moving back on track here. Okay, so 1980, this is when William K. Riley became involved in the Trump/Epstein trafficking ring. So he starts going to these bare knuckle boxing parties, by this time at the latest. This already, it's wait, what? Epstein is 27 years old. He's the fucking wunderkind of Bear Stearns. He's flying to the Caribbean. He's flying to Florida. He's hanging out with all of these billionaires and stuff. But this is apparently when Epstein is supposed to be this party planner working for Trump, doing these parties, not in New York, not in Palm Beach, not in even like California or somewhere like that, not in the Caribbean, but in like Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, it doesn't really match, right? In fact, it doesn't match at all. 1981, Epstein begins dating Paula Hale, junior saleswoman at Bear Stearns, former Miss Indianapolis. She comes from a world of wealth and privilege, and she starts flying Epstein to England. And this is where he meets Nick Leese, Douglas Leese, and Julian Leese, the Leeses. Julian he becomes a tutor for him. Epstein's like a math whiz, so he's like, I guess, teaching Julian math. Hanging out with Douglas and Nick all the time. Nick is introducing him to all these like Wall Street types in New York. Douglas sort of takes him under his wing and starts mentoring him. Douglas Leese being like a notorious arms dealer who is involved in the 80s in Iran-Contra and, all kinds of sketchy deals. Introduces him to Adnan Khashoggi from the Middle East. Like his world is suddenly becoming like huge, right? He is like Epstein from little fucking Jeffrey Epstein from Coney Island has managed to actually infiltrate this larger world of not just the wealthy like socialites, but the genuine like power elite, the people who orchestrate world events. Not to sound like Alex Jones here, but like this is when that starts. Hoffenberg, who he later works with, he claims that Epstein was recruited by Leese to work for British intelligence at this point. And in fact, Epstein himself would go around telling people that he was actually a spy, an intelligence agent for various agencies, he said. Is that true? That's up for you to decide. Personally, I doubt it at this point. But yes, so yeah, on Julian, like the Leeses considered Epstein part of the family. In 81, he's caught doing insider trading with his girlfriend and a high school buddy of his. It's a Regulation D violation. I don't know. Bear Stearns apparently wanted to fine him $2,500, which is like nothing compared to what he, earned from it. This is how white collar crime works, by the way. You'll never be fined anything even close to what it's worth. But that was so offensive to Epstein that he just quit. He full on quit Bear Stearns over this. But he maintained very close friendships with Ace Greenberg and what the fuck's his name? Jimmy Kane. So very odd. But he left. 81 to 87. This is, as I mentioned earlier, this is the most mysterious period of Epstein's life. Ostensibly, he worked as a financial troubleshooter. No one really knows what that means. I don't know. He founded a consulting firm, Intercontinental Assets Group, Inc., ostensibly recovering stolen money from fraudulent brokers and lawyers. Epstein claimed this work was like being a high-level bounty hunter. He claimed he sometimes acted as a consultant for governments or wealthy elites to recover stolen or embezzled money. He often talks about his work he talks about this work to the Leeses, and they're all kind of like, okay, buddy, whatever you say, man. At some point here, he does meet Adnan Khashoggi, whether it was when, at some point before 1987, he does meet Khashoggi. Excuse me. Whether that was earlier, as Hoffenberg claims, or later, we don't know, but at sometime in the 80s. Meanwhile, Sascha is living in Alabama, not on a farm, but he's in Alabama. He's being trafficked to all these barn parties with the live music, bare knuckle boxing, and child abuse. And he's given to people in the Trump Epstein ring. He's trafficked to Trump. He's trafficked whatever, all over the place. We don't need to go over this. 1981 to 82, early 80s. This is the first time he meets Trump. Then in 82, Meanwhile, he starts dating Ava Anderson, a model and former Miss Sweden, who is, a lot of people consider this was probably the love of Epstein's life, the closest thing he had to that. They remain friends forever. Even after his death, she's still like supporting him and defending him and stuff. He also was dating, while he's dating her and apparently in love with her or whatever, the closest thing that Epstein was personally capable of to love, he's also dating other women, including Anna Obregon, a Spanish heiress who hired Epstein to recover millions lost by her father in fraudulent investment scheme. He's at this point in 1983 photographed, and I have some photos here. He's photographed at a party at the Children's Diabetes Foundation in Denver. So this is like the first photograph we have of Epstein. You can see him over here on the right, or sorry, the left. I wish I could zoom in more again. Oh well. But is that really it? That's as far as I can go? Oh, dang. All right. But yeah, he's on the left there. Might be a little hard to see, but yeah, that's him. And he's hanging it. So this is what's the heck is their name? The Davises, I think. This is another wealthy family. The Davises, I believe. And here's Epstein with one of the Davises. I forget her name. I should have written it down. But it looks like he's like there on a date with her. And like, this is her mom. It's like mom, girl, and Epstein on a date with them. And you can see them in the background holding hands, and like, she's laughing at him and stuff. Like he's doing his thing. He's making moves. Epstein mostly seems to have infiltrated this world through dating people. He was very good at wheeling rich girls. I mean, I have all these photos from the fucking night. Like, look at all who was there. There's like photos of like fucking what's this guy's name? This is Gerald Ford, Nixon's vice president who became president after Nixon left. There's look at this one. That's Kissinger. Can you guys see? Fuck, I can't zoom in anymore. Oh man. All right. Well, whatever. There's Kissinger's there. Betty Ford. That's is that Betty Ford? Gerald Ford's wife. Barbara Davis is the old one. Marvin Davis. A bunch of like fucking billionaires. There's Kenny Rogers. Where's Kenny Rogers? You got to know when to hold him. 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 Anyway. So yeah, he's at these like elite, like high class, like socialite, upper elite parties. But then apparently he's also chilling in Texas and Alabama and stuff, doing these like really kind of intense like parties, according to Sascha. Okay. And now another thing that, hang on. Yeah. Sorry, got a little bit off track there, but that's the Diabetes Foundation party he was at. Now, I think there are some very credible conspiracy theories. And again, I don't say that in a derogatory sense. I mean, I think this one is real. Yeah, Michigan football player Gerald Ford and model, not to forget. Male model Gerald Ford. Yeah. If you guys want to go down the rabbit hole on Gerald Ford, I highly recommend the podcast Fourth Reich Archaeology. They have a massive series on Gerald Ford. Oh my God, it's so crazy. That guy got into some stuff. Island's in the stream. Epstein's Island in the stream? Interesting. But yeah, sorry, got a little bit off topic. But yeah, Fourth Reich Archaeology, check it out. Gerald Ford, very interesting guy. Yeah, gang. Kathy Davis, what? Oh yeah, I guess Kathy Davis was the girl he was like, it looks like he was on a date with at that party, or at least he was like talking to her. Now we're going to get into Iran-Contra. Now it's not 100% proven that Epstein was involved in this, but a lot of people are involved with Iran-Contra who later know Epstein very well. Let's put it like that, including his surrogate father, Douglas Lease, who is clandestinely funding the Iranian arms that are being shipped to Israel in order to be shipped to Iran, I believe. And there's a whole fucking like weird secret triangle involving the Contras and cocaine being shipped to America. Weapons are being shipped to Nicaragua. All of this stuff is going on at the same time. And this is all like CIA kind of shit, working with all these like fucking sleazy, seedy arms dealers like Douglas Lease. And yeah, it's a little bit weird. Apparently around this period of time, 83 to 85 era, the Leases, or at least Douglas Lease, cut Epstein off because Douglas Lease has hired him and has given him like a company card. So just like at Bear Stearns, when Epstein was just like doing everything in the company card and like didn't really give a fuck, he finds out that Epstein's been abusing the expense account, charging personal flights and nights at luxury hotels. Epstein's been doing this. So he cuts him off. He like fires him. And then after this, it seems like Epstein was kind of broke. Epstein was bouncing rent checks and shit from like 83 to 85. So he started a business with this guy, J.S. Pottinger, who's also a big fucking Iran-Contra guy, and Pottinger's brother. And they open up a office in just off of Central Park, where Epstein apparently stiffed the broker on the commission, didn't pay him. But what they're doing, the point of this business they start is to pitch tax avoidance schemes to the wealthy. Like, oh, you should have a fucking island in the Virgin Islands where we register your business so you don't have to pay taxes, shit like that. Doing the stuff that makes the world broken, basically. Anyway, so that's weird that he was doing that with Lease at this time. And another guy connected to Epstein who was involved in this, Israel, a big part of Iran-Contra. They're kind of like the middleman hiding where the money is going and where the arms are flowing from. And at this time, from 83 to 85, Ehud Barak, a later very good friend of Epstein, slash, client slash rapist, Ehud Barak was the head of Israeli military intelligence, AMAN. And he was that for the entire planning phase of the Iran-Israel trade scheme that these guys were cooking up. Now he claims that he'd never met Epstein until 2003 when they were introduced by the Israeli prime minister at that time, Shimon Peres. So is that true? I mean, who knows? I would say no. I would say you don't need to believe anything that comes out of that fucking guy's mouth about anything. But anyway, and this is so this is when Sasha's at the brothel. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with Epstein. He goes into foster care. He gets trained by Jane Goodall. Meanwhile, Epstein, he's been hired by his wealthy girlfriend, Anna Obregon, and her father, who has lost a ton of money. And he actually finds it somehow. And nobody really knows how he accomplishes this, but he finds that this money has been embezzled and it's been hidden in like this maze of shell companies and fucking weird, offshore accounts. And it's actually now in a Canadian bank's branch in the Cayman Islands. And so him and Pottinger, is it Pottinger? Or is it some other guy? I forget. Him and whoever his partner is for this, they actually get on a plane and fly to the Cayman Islands to this branch, and they go in there and they're like, hey, we work for Obregon and we know that's his money and we're not leaving unless you give us these certified checks, like whatever, bond certificates. I don't really know how it fucking works. They asked for these bond certificates and the bank was like, okay, here you go, Epstein and his friend. And they walked in there with briefcases full of bond certificates and flew it back to Obregon. So, Epstein's whole fucking money shit that he was doing in this period doesn't make a lot of sense. And it doesn't seem like he was really doing much, but he claimed he was a financial bounty hunter, helping people recover lost and stolen funds. But it does appear, at least from a few eyewitness accounts, that is exactly what he did in this case. Who knows? But it's really weird. How the fuck did he find that? I don't know what he did, but apparently he did. Now, in 1984, Epstein's old roommate, Pottinger, who I should mention also in a weird fucking bookends of history, Pottinger ends up joining Bradley Edwards in the case later as a lawyer to prosecute Epstein. What the fuck is up with that? I should devote an entire stream to Pottinger and taking the Pottinger pill. But yeah, anyway, that's way too big to get into right now. But Pottinger is identified. He's not charged or indicted or anything, but he's identified in a FBI federal indictment where they're investigating Iran-Contra against his client Hashemi for illegal arms exports. Hashemi is in trouble. He flies to England. He escapes. Pottinger had been helping Hashemi by doctoring fake invoices and opening up shell companies, something that Epstein was also like heavily involved in, like this sort of work. And he was helping Iranians, subvert, helping them go around the arms embargo that was on them. So he was helping out with this kind of like funneling weapons and, money back and forth between Iran, Israel, wherever, all this shit. Yeah, sounds like a conflict of interest. It does, right? Pottinger. All right. So that's what, like, Epstein's busy. He's flying around. He's spending a lot of time in England. He's spending a lot of time in Palm Beach, spending a lot of time in New York. He is doing crazy fucking money moves here. Do we think, like, look in your heart, like, ask yourself, do we think it's possible that Epstein was also party planning something that he never really did? This is not something he ever did, like when Epstein was doing trafficking, child trafficking, it was very different. This happened during the 90s. It happened with the help of someone like Ghislaine Maxwell. It happened with the help of someone like Jean-Luc Brunel. It happened with a lot of people cooperating, creating this pyramid scheme of abuse. Teenage girls, like 14, 15, 16, 17, coming over to his house to give massages, this elaborate kind of ruse he would do. Very, very different from having like essentially like young children, boys and girls, 8 to 12 years old as slaves on rural, farm circus parties with tents and boxing and live music. This is a completely different way to any type of trafficking that we know about Epstein doing. And it doesn't make sense for the time period that we're talking about here. Moving on here. He has his final encounter with Donald Trump in somewhere between 1984 to 86. Epstein we don't even have any record of Donald Trump and Epstein knowing each other until about 1987. This is when Michael Wolff says that they met. But we don't have any photos of them. We don't have any evidence of them together. Epstein himself does not have planes at this time. He charters planes, or is that the right word? He uses planes whenever he has like a company card. But during this time, like, he does not have his own planes. He does not hire his own pilots. So when Sascha says that his father, William K. Riley, was a pilot for Epstein doesn't have pilots at this time. He's not that big a fish yet. He doesn't have his private jets. He doesn't get those until later. But nonetheless, 85, this is where he's at the party with Jim Jordan. He has his final encounter with Donald Trump in 86. At some point before this, I'm not exactly sure when, I guess I forgot to put it in this doc here, but his parents speak about meeting Ghislaine, and he remembers meeting Ghislaine and Epstein. Epstein and Ghislaine, we don't have any record that they were ever together or knew each other before 1991. Ghislaine, in her interview with Todd Blanche recently, said that she met Epstein in 1991. As far as we know, from people who talk about them together, Vicky Ward's reporting, Julie K. Brown's reporting, everything that we know about Ghislaine and Epstein, we have no record of them knowing each other before 1991. In fact, a lot of people go into Ghislaine's father, right? Robert Maxwell. We have no evidence that Robert Maxwell and Epstein met ever at any point. But I mean, even that aside, like, this is supposedly like when this took place, when the Trump/Epstein network was going on, according to Sascha, was the 80s, like the early 80s. If that's true, that completely contradicts everything that we've learned about Epstein and his business and his trafficking organization. Like, this is a completely new Epstein timeline. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this does not make any sense. Yeah. Robert Maxwell directly went to Kane and Greenberg to get info on Epstein in 1991. If they knew each other before that, why would he do that? Yeah. And it sort of makes sense that he would do that, knowing that his daughter was dating this guy. Who is this guy? Oh, you guys know him? What's he like? So yeah, I'll skip ahead here again, but I feel like I kind of made my point, but I'll keep going here. He's talking about, okay, he kicks the thing into Trump's butt. Trump goes to the hospital. Then he has to get punished, and he gets like tortured by a bunch of hillbillies. He has a deformed rib cage now, apparently. 1985. This is when the Iran-Contra affair is happening. We know that Epstein is close friends with Adnan Khashoggi. Epstein travels frequently between the U.S., Europe, and the Middle East. At this time, he had a fake Austrian passport showing his place of residence as Saudi Arabia. This is a global kind of guy, right? This is Mr. Worldwide, all right? This is his Pitbull era. Again, we have evidence of him traveling quite a bit. We have no evidence of him spending a lot of time in like pedophile farms in the South. In 1985, Hashemi, the guy who fled to England, who was, selling shit to Iran, Adnan Khashoggi, and Israel Prime Minister Shimon Peres, they meet together in Hamburg, West Germany, and they discuss a CIA-backed plot to have Israel ship the weapons to Iran. The U.S. will pay them back later. 86, so I kind of got into that before. I forget the fucking timeline of Iran-Contra, but there's a lot of weird Epstein connections with that. After the Trump thing where he injures him, but a week to a month later, there's a final one that he goes to, which is where Andy Biggs is at. At this time, Epstein begins a relationship with Bear Stearns secretary Patricia Schmidt, and while he's dating her, he sort of gets her to do research for him on his clients and be like, go to the Bear Stearns library and tell me everything you know about this guy. He has an insider in Bear Stearns. 86, Epstein meets Les Wexner. This is where he does a bunch of work for Les Wexner. I mean, this is 86 is also the year Sascha ends his time being trafficked to Epstein and Trump people through this network. But, I'll just I don't know. There's a whole thing. I mean, I could get into it more, but I don't know. You know what? I think I'm going to just much like Trump did at that last party he was at, I'm going to airlift out of this timeline here. There's more, but I've gone over most of the years where Sascha claimed he was going through all this stuff. I feel like I've kind of made my point. The timeline simply doesn't line up. I think that I have compassion for victims of abuse, survivors of abuse, and I don't expect everyone's story to be perfect. I think it's totally understandable if there are small errors and small mistakes, and in fact that's the norm, right? Even when Virginia was recounting her abuse by Epstein, Virginia Giuffre got her age wrong when she said she met Ghislaine. I think she said she was 15, something like that, but it turned out she was 16. I forget the exact numbers, but this is a common thing, and a lot of people will point at victims of abuse, their stories, and be like, "Wait a minute, you got this wrong. Okay, the whole thing must be wrong, right?" But in this case, the Epstein thing and the Trump thing, they're so intertwined, right? It was apparently Epstein organizing this whole thing. And the fact that he could not have been involved, in my view, is, I think, troubling, right? Now, did any of this happen? I'm sure a lot of it did. I mean, we know from research, the stuff done by, what's this person's name? Jay Megan, that at least the times and periods and places that he moved, and, then his father's military history and career as a helicopter pilot, all of that stuff kind of lines up. But that isn't the important stuff here, right? We really need to be taking these abuse allegations against these powerful Republicans seriously. But, not only does the Epstein timeline not fit at all with the Sascha Riley timeline, it's also these allegations are so much more brutal than anything that anyone has ever alleged against Epstein. right? There's so much worse. There are boys involved, like that's a new thing. There are deaths, tortures, snuff films, like, you know, real like hurtcore shit that like we have so many stories from Epstein survivors, right? Like the survivor sisters, and they line up, right? Like they line up. You can listen to Maria Farmer, you can listen to Virginia Giuffre, you can listen to all these people. You can get like Epstein's MO. You can get like they repeat the same names, they repeat the same locations, they repeat the same, you know, ways that Epstein would abuse them and the things he would say to them, and like it all fits. This story is so completely different in basically every conceivable way that, you know, I like to be as like charitable as possible when I'm talking about conspiracy theories, right? Like even when I discuss stuff like Pizzagate or QAnon, where I don't personally believe it, I like to be as like, I don't want to come off condescending. I don't want to come off like smug, like, actually debunked. Snopes.com says this. And in truth, like, I don't know for 100% sure whether or not the Sascha Riley story is true, or if there's, you know, anything worthwhile here. Like, it may be true, you know, parts of it may be true, parts of it may be false. But I have to say, like, if I were to give you my kind of like best guess as to whether the story is true or not, and I were to put it into a percentage, it would be like probably less than 1%. Like I really do not think this is true. And while, and that's my personal belief. And if you are still a big Sascha Riley person, that's cool. You know, I know that it's hard to kind of change your mind on things like this. And I mean, maybe you're right. I think like when I started looking into it, I wanted to believe it. Like this does, I guess, kind of satisfy my own political leanings. I don't like Trump. Like I am a very anti-Trump guy. Don't get the wrong idea, right? Like I'm not like a MAGA dude at all. Sometimes I get people in my comments who are like, whenever I made a video about Clinton and being whatever, I got a lot of people being like, oh yeah, well at least I'm not a MAGA idiot like you. I'm like, I'm not a MAGA guy. Like I think Trump's a pedophile for sure. But this story, like I just don't buy it, you know? Like there's a reason why our boy, the presidential penis, has banned a discussion about this on r/Epstein. Like these stories do not line up. They do not line up with what we know of the case. And this is not the first person in the Epstein universe who's come forward and said, I'm a victim of Epstein, and then they've turned out not to be. That's happened before. It's not very common, but it does happen. And I think, like, you know, something that I do a lot on here, and I've talked about this many times on the stream, but a sort of, I guess, a technique that I have to really help myself to kind of empathize with conspiracy theories that I don't necessarily believe in is I look at conspiracy theories as a form of satire, right? Like, even if they're totally, you know, bonkers, whatever, like talking about aliens and shape-shifting demons and stuff like that, if you can look at conspiracy theories sometimes as like kind of unintentional satire, where it's like, what does this say about how people feel about these people? Like, for example, I think it's quite interesting. Like I'll play a little bit. I'll do a little bit kind of, this part is pretty close to where, some of the worst parts of this are that I don't really feel the need to read, but, oh, did I not write it down? Oh, that'd be a shame. But there's a part where he talks about Trump having like a kink for torturing people. Where is it? Excuse me. Party planner, not just a client. He facilitated the parties. Oh, did I leave this out? Oh, that's so annoying. hang on, I bet I can find it. But there's a part where he sort of says like, "Oh, I think that, you know, Trump is his kink is." Hang on, let me. Sorry, gang. I do want to find this because I think it makes my point a little bit well. I think there's for sure a moment somewhere in this where because there's fucking 8 goddamn videos of this, but I'm pretty sure it's in the first one. Oh, full audio with transcript? I'm just going to start with... nice. Okay, hang on. I can just search the transcript on this on YouTube. 1 second, gang. And I'm not showing it yet on stream because it might be lost. No, hang on. Kink. There it is. Okay. So this is where he's talking about the time that Trump made him, forced him to watch as he murdered a bunch of puppies. So hang on.
He wanted to kill those puppies and you know, whatever gruesome way, you know, to experience, I guess, seeing them suffer in different ways. What his kink is, I guess, if you want to call it that, is watching people suffer. He likes to destroy people physically, mentally, during the process of the assault. That's why he stands out so much in my memory. You know, and it's physical pain, and then it's also, you know, degrading and all of that. But his thing was to just try to destroy human beings to the utmost that he could possibly do it, which is why I attacked him.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So I think like this on like a satirical level, I think this speaks to people, certain people who are, you know, liberals. They're not maybe like, you know, they don't like Trump. They sort of are confused by how someone like him could be so cruel, and so the way he's acting as president and the way he kind of, you know, governs. Like, why does he do this? Like, what on earth, what kind of person would be whatever? You know what I'm saying? And I think that like on a satirical level, like on a level of wanting to believe like Trump does these things because simply he likes watching people suffer. I think that speaks to people in a lot of ways, and it sort of helps them understand the world in a weird way, right? Like, I think that it's easy to believe that for certain people that Trump does this. I don't think that that's literally a good explanation of Trump. I mean, I definitely think, you know, Trump does not care much for easing people's suffering. Like, I just don't think he cares. But I think that the reasons why there's so much suffering under Trump are kind of more complex than just this is what he wants, right? Like, I think he's motivated by enriching himself and enriching his friends, and he's a narcissist or whatever. I don't know. And here I am sounding like kind of like I'm trying to psychoanalyze the guy, but it's so over the top. And there is another part that I wanted to play as well. It's where he describes torturing, you know what, I won't even bother finding it, but it's the part where he describes like kicking the stake into Trump's butt, and the person he's telling the story to actually laughed, and he's like, "Oh, there you go, that's right." And I think that part of the story is like very satisfying to libs to be like, and he stabbed him in the butt because he's, you know, evil. Like, I think that's like something that liberals are very happy to hear. And there were some weird parts there where, you know what, I'll show this. 30, it's in the second one, 38.
Because
hang on.
Trump was incontinent because of drugs.
So, okay, so person who's interviewing him.
That's what my sense is that some of the gossip has been, oh, Trump had used Adderall, Trump was incontinent because of drug use.
Okay, so,
but
like, I heard that.
I'm wondering.
Like, I use Adderall like every day, and I paused the thing. I was like, what, Adderall can make you incontinent? And I looked it up, and yeah, it turns out that like I guess Adderall can cause temporary urinary incontinence or whatever. But she goes on about like,
and I do know that the
anyway, I don't know, but she goes on like, well, obviously Trump uses diapers, and I was like, Trump uses diapers? What? Like, I hadn't heard this, but this is actually like a lib conspiracy theory that's been around for a while that Trump uses diapers. I mean, maybe he does. I don't know. The guy's like 88 years old or something, right? He's ancient. But like, this is sort of like, it's sort of watching, it's similar to like a QAnon thing where it's like a big tent conspiracy where it folds in all of these other conspiracies that people believe in. And it's like, actually, yes, the moon landing was fake and JFK was killed by the CIA and all this. And that's all related to what Q is telling us. Like, yes, come one, come all kind of thing. And this conspiracy theory, the William Sascha Riley one, is attracting a lot of like crystal mommies and, Blue Anon types, like libs who believe that Trump is incontinent and wears diapers, which is not that far-fetched, don't get me wrong. But the way that they talk about it as though it's like, well, obviously he uses diapers, but maybe it's not because of the Adderall. It could be because of what you did to him in the 80s. Yeah, like an 80-year-old using a diaper is not news. No, I mean, it's not. But like, I just think it's so funny. And like, I'm sorry to say any of this is funny. It's horrific, but there's something sort of darkly amusing to me about how similar this is to QAnon shit and to Pizzagate shit, and how a lot of conspiracy theories that we believe tend to be the ones that reinforce the political views that we have, right? Like, there are not a lot of like people who support Hillary Clinton who fell into Pizzagate shit or QAnon shit. They tended to be much more level-headed about that and be more like, guys, there's no actual proof of this. Look at this. This is actually fake. This is wrong. Let's be real about this. But when it comes to something like this, I think it's interesting how libs can kind of see a Sascha Riley case and be like, no, this makes so much sense. This actually fits with all these other things. And so I will say, like, I am totally like, I have a ton of like understanding and empathy as a guy who's tends to be a little bit conspiratorial myself. Maybe that's an understatement. As to like what these people believe. Like I get it. I've been there. This, what I'm looking at right now, is another person who did, who went through, who like I did, went through the whole thing and wrote an entire timeline of everything based on like all this disorganized kind of interview that the guy had. And even kind of put stuff in from Trump's life and Epstein's life. But I just thought it was interesting reading them writing about it, because some of the things, like for example, Sascha talks about, he recalls at one point law enforcement blackmailing them. And then the person writing this in brackets put, this is what the cop outfits are for, because cop outfits have been photographed in Epstein's home on Little St. James, I believe. That's been coming out in the Epstein files. And it's like I can tell that this person who's writing this, like, I know that they mean well, and it seems like they really believe what they're writing. Like, I don't think that they're intentionally spreading disinformation. But like, I just think it's so interesting because it's like, I can tell this person doesn't know a lot about Epstein. Like the cop outfit, like that's from way later. That's from like the 2010s, right? We're talking about shit that happened in the 80s. And yeah, I find it very interesting. It's almost like this kind of shit. Like I find it like beautiful in a way, right? Because it's like we have so much fucking shit where it's like, I mean, we seem different, right? Like the Republicans and liberals, like how much work is done trying to show that we have different brains, and liberals think like this and conservatives think like this, and that's why they are so conspiratorial and shit like that. And shit like this, you know, it's kind of beautiful to me in a way, because it's like, no, actually, we're all kind of nuts. Wherever you are on the political spectrum, you are susceptible to falling into a rabbit hole like this and getting kind of whatever, you know what I mean? It's like when like a black person is homophobic and you're like, oh, you know what? Everybody can be bigoted. It's kind of nice It's not good, obviously, but it's I don't know. Maybe it just eases my white guilt a little bit. I think another aspect of this that I've been sort of considering is, like, maybe this isn't true, but the people it's going after, in a satirical sense, Trump, Lindsey Graham, Clarence Thomas, Andy Biggs, I guess, Epstein, like, these are awful people, right? Like, whether or not Trump was doing these, like, killing puppies and shit, Trump did have a child trafficking operation known as the fucking Miss Teen USA pageants and fucking T models and Trump models and all these fucking exploitative, like, sex trafficking fronts that he had disguised as modeling corporations that he ran. He was constantly accused of sexual assault and rape and sexual harassment through basically his entire life. This guy was socializing with known pedophiles, like not just Epstein, but John Casablancas and like others. This guy has staffed his current administration with almost nobody but fucking accused rapists. This is like real, like in a way, like as Naomi Klein writes in Doppelganger, conspiracy theorists often have the facts wrong, but the feelings right. Like in broad strokes, like what they're saying about Trump and Epstein is not untrue. It's just once you get into specifics, it's like, okay, well, this isn't it. But the accusations themselves are not untrue. And even aside from all that shit, the shit that Trump is doing, the shit that he is defunding, the shit that he is encouraging does cause immense amounts of suffering. So if you look at things in a less literal, more satirical sense, are these allegations untrue? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. And I also think about this. This is a post from 4chan during Pizzagate. This is from Friday, October 14th, 2016. So leading up to the election here. And all the anons on 4chan's poll board were kind of going through the Podesta files and like trying to find shit and that proved Hillary was a pedophile. And then they discovered actually the main thing we were basing all this on is complete bullshit. And this person posts, remember the whole pizza.jpg bullshit? Exhibit A is to why we need to stop shitting our pants over every little fucking thing in these leaks. Promote the real shit. When you flood media with baseless, meaningless noise, they don't pay attention when we find useful info. And I often think about this post. This may be the 4chan post that takes up the most fucking space in my brain because I feel like a lot of times on my channel, I'm like debunking a lot of conspiracy theories about people that I don't like, Like this person is not a fan of Hillary. This person is, they're on the fucking 4chan poll boards. There's like a more than 50% chance that this person is like an actual Nazi, right? This person doesn't like Hillary, but they're just like, guys, it's factually incorrect. Can we pick something new, please? It's not going to work. People aren't going to believe us. And we can say with the benefit of hindsight, this person was completely wrong. This person was completely incorrect. When you flood media with baseless, meaningless noise, they don't pay attention when we find useful info? No, actually. That baseless, meaningless noise, that did swing the election. That was one of the things that swung the election in favor of Trump. Now, in this case, we're not leading up to an election. We're not in a position where we're like, something like this, I don't think is really going to cause a big change. Every one of these like libs is like, oh, we gotta this needs to be investigated. Whether or not you believe it, we need to open the Epstein files. We need to blah, blah, blah. We need to go to court. Trump, Lindsey Graham, blah, blah, blah. These people should be arrested right now. And it's like, we don't want that to happen. We don't want, that would be a waste of resources, a waste of effort that probably is going to just end up backfiring, right? And, yeah, I know. I'm of two minds. I'm of two minds here. Maybe you guys can tell how much I'm struggling with this because, yeah, I personally think it's extremely low likelihood that this is anything, but I don't know. Who knows, right? I will say, while I understand people, who are, people like what's her name here? What is it again?
Okay, now that we've had
J. Megan, right? Like, this person seems new to the case, right? A lot of people on threads, they probably don't know that much about Epstein, right? These are people who are new. Like a lot of people who were kind of blowing up the Epstein subreddit about Sascha Riley's shit. I don't think that they had really been on the Epstein subreddit before. And so I can sort of forgive, getting really into it. But I will say I have seen a lot of like conspiracy influencers and people who I know have a deeper understanding of the Epstein case, beyond surface level understanding what's been going on. They've been covering it for years. And I'm seeing a lot of those guys also cover the Sascha Riley case very uncritically and even being like, this is true. And I'm like, but it's not true. And like, that's what kind of gets me. Those people kind of get to me. I won't name any names because I don't want to start drama. But it does bug me a little bit. And I understand the impulse because, I mean, I know that some people here who maybe tuned in to watch the stream are big Sascha Riley guys, and maybe hearing me kind of give my opinion on it might have upset some people. I don't know. But either way, I still don't think it's worth it. I'm interested in the truth. I'm not interested in like pushing an agenda or, jumping on something that's popular and whatever, using it to blow me up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love if I got more subscribers. That would be great. But I don't want to. I don't want to do it by like pushing some bullshit theory that I don't even believe. You get me? Anyway, I thought it would be a little fun way to end by watching this video here.
Before we begin, I need to speak.
Spirit-led look at truth, trauma, and what's still hidden. Wait. Oh, this is so long. Wait, wasn't there a short version of this? Yeah, here it is.
Spirit, will Governor Walz deploy the National Guard in Minnesota? And if so, how will they...
Wait, no. There's one about... Oh, man. Trump civil... Oh, here we go. Sascha Riley.
Spirit, is there truth to what William Sascha Riley shared in these interviews? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Is Sascha Riley describing real events that he personally lived through to the best of his memory?
Awesome.
Yes, thank you. Is what remains hidden more severe than what the public currently understands?
I don't even see how is she getting yes from this. Oh, it's yes is up here. Is that where it's going?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Does physical or digital evidence related to these
Oh, it's yes at the top and at the bottom. I guess no is side to side.
allegations still exist?
Kind of looks like it's going yes, but not yet.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Spirit, was Jeffrey E.
I did find it funny because we don't have to watch the whole thing, but I did find it kind of cool. Like, this is not the only video like this. There's a ton of videos right now where people are trying to investigate the Sascha Riley stuff by doing tarot readings or like shaking a crystal on a chain over a piece of Bristol board or whatever. Like, there's a lot of this is the sort of crowd, like I was saying, the crystal mommies, who are getting really into this. And it's so similar to QAnon shit, except I will say they are much better at properly gendering non-binary people. Like, I don't remember that being really a thing during QAnon. But you know what though? Like, if Sascha Riley can pull some of these like pilled crystal mommies out of the QAnon sphere and into the whatever blue anon sphere, that is probably good for the world. That is probably good for the world. Probably good for, I don't know, trans rights and, I don't know, like voting among that demographic. So maybe it's not a totally bad thing that this is happening. What if spirits are real and you can talk to them, but they're also fucking stupid? That's true. That's true. What if the spirit she's talking to is also implicated in the Sascha Riley story? asking the real questions, Magar. Also, thank you so much for the $5. I very much appreciate that. Giving you a heart. Gang, I hope that was fun. I hope that was a fun stream. I mean, I guess it probably wasn't. It's not really a fun topic, but I mean, I don't want to say I enjoyed it. I kind of did though. I don't know. Well, I don't know why I'm struggling so much to talk about this. I love Obsidian. You guys see how much fucking fun I was having with this? It's so sick. And how you can just like embed YouTube videos of it and shit. And this is on my computer. This is not like saved on the cloud or anything. This is like on my hard drive. So I'm not like, I want to start using this for like taking notes and stuff because I'm always taking notes on Google Drive and I fucking hate Google so much. So I'm like, yo, mate, what if I could like take notes and organize my life in a way that couldn't be read by like the world's most evil people? That might be cool. Yeah. So yeah, recommend it. Get it, guys. Get Obsidian. Get it. If you're a disembodied spirit, you're in a sense everywhere, and so you were on Epstein's Island and Jet. Yeah. Check the flight logs. Actually, someone named Crystal Spirit wrote the flight logs at least 40 times. Appreciate the sanity check on this whole situation, Gob. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Should we do another poll? Can I do the same poll that I did earlier? Sascha Riley. True or not? True or not? If you had to guess. If you had to guess. Oh, you know what? Let me also do this on the actual thing. Because when I started the thing and I did the poll, it was like, what was it? Like 60% of people were like, I don't know. But then only like 3 people were like, no, I think it's probably true. No, that's not right. Hang on. How do I do this? Poll. Question. Most likely true. Most likely false. And I'm not going to give you guys a third option on this one. Let me know what you think. Yeah, sorry, gang. I know I wasn't as active in the chat this stream. Do appreciate everybody being engaged and jumping in here and keeping these interesting in the chat. But yeah, it was a little bit hard because I had a lot to go through, and I was like, oh God, am I going to be able to get through it all? Interesting. Very interesting. We've got 22 votes in, 14% most likely true, 86% most likely false. Okay, I'll take that as a debate win. So different, I know, not having the don't know option in there, but yeah, much less true. Mark the True, Michael Aquino, Charles Manson, I the Chicken Nog. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with, Dave McGowan's kind of work on this whole thing with, what's it called? For sure it might have been people leaving. I'm sure a lot of the real pilled Sascha Riley guys did not stick around. But still, that's quite a big difference. I don't know. He was described as young in the interview. Sorry, which one? Yeah, I think that's probably the case. But it's nice to believe that I actually convinced people. Were these the biggest numbers of life he has gotten so far? I saw it around 150 at one stage. Oh, really? Damn. That would definitely be up there. I mean, I got a lot of requests for this content. I usually don't get that much. Right now. Oh, damn, there's 101 people watching right now? Damn. I thought we were still at like 30. Okay. That is pretty good. This might be one of the biggest streams ever. Well, I could watch something else, and everybody's still here. You know what? I do have something. Here, give me a second. Let me just what should I let you guys watch in the meantime? You guys want to watch this? I'm gonna go get myself another drink, but I do have something I want to watch. You guys want to watch more of this Mystic Shadows video? How long is it though? It might not be that long. Okay, well, it'll just go to another one by the same.
Spirit, is there truth to what William Sascha Riley
I'll be right
shared
back.
in these interviews? Yes, thank you. Is Sascha Riley describing real events that he personally lived through to the best of his memory? Yes, thank you. Is what remains hidden more severe than what the public currently understands? Yes, thank you. Does physical or digital evidence related to these allegations still exist? Yes, thank you. Spirit, was Jeffrey E. acting alone when this network was formed? No, thank you. Did the orange one help Jeffrey E. create this network?
Did we get to it?
Yes.
Yes?
Thank you. Did the orange one and Jeffrey E.
Honestly, forget everything I said. I trust this swinging crystal necklace with my life. I want this swinging crystal to be my financial advisor. Honestly, that would probably be better than making my own decisions in that realm. No, it's cool. Some of my best friends have been crystal mommies. They're good people. They're good people out there. They're good people, you know. They'll tell you. I used to work at when I was in high school. I had one of my first jobs was I worked at a organic health food store, and basically it was me and a bunch of like middle-aged women, and they all were awesome, and they're all like very like, I don't know, crunchy, I guess, granola types. And I remember one of them being like, "What's your spirit animal?" And I was like, what? Like, I don't know. You mean my horoscope? And she's like, no, what's your spirit animal? And I was like, I didn't know. How do you get one of those? She's like, well, oh, you know what? You can ask it to come to you in a dream, and it'll show up in your dream, and you'll do it. And I was like, okay. And I was like kind of edgy atheist at the time, but I dialed it down when I was at work because it was not gonna go over. But I went to I did genuinely try it. I asked myself before I went to sleep, and then I just don't remember what. I don't know. I was like, next day I was like, I tried. I don't remember. She's like, don't worry, I have the site, and I will request that your spirit animal reveal itself to me instead. And the next day she was like, I did it, and I found out that your spirit animal is an ocelot. It's an ocelot. And I was like, really? An ocelot? Like a cat? She's like, yes, it's a wild cat. It's a carnivorous, which we thought was weird since I'm a vegetarian. But she's like, but that's sometimes how it is. You don't get to pick your spirit animal, but your spirit animal is always with you. It's actually to your right. It's standing to your right now, a little ocelot or whatever. Anyway, they're great. They're cool. I got nothing but good things to say about those guys. Yeah, that lady did. She talked a lot about how organized religion was very bad, but it's good to be spiritual, which I think is cool and true. But then later on, she did become a fundamentalist Christian who was extremely homophobic on her Instagram account, which I still am following. But I don't know what happened with her. Something must have gone wrong. Anyway, listen, that's too much. That's too much, man. But all right, I got something to watch. Sorry. That story was kind of weird. But we were watching a little bit of Alex Jones the other day, and I was kind of commenting how sometimes Alex Jones, like old Alex Jones, sounds like Chomsky. And to the Finland station, don't know if you're still there, Finland. Is Finland still in the chat? But Finland station was saying, "Oh, dude, like." There's a debate between Alex Jones and Noam Chomsky. And I was like, what? There is? And I looked it up. And I found it, and yeah, maybe this would be fun to watch right now. Right? You guys in the mood for some Jones versus Chomsky? Because, oops, I think it's pretty good. This is from 25th of May, 2001. So Jones, like, people, like, it's kind of funny, like, the way people think about Alex Jones, right? Because, like, everybody knows him now. Like, Jones is a known guy. He's a known quantity. He was, like, kind of instrumental in helping Trump win the election. He would mention crazy shit on his show and get, like, then Trump would repeat his points the next day, kind of shit. Really, really intense. And people know about him from, like, you know, John Oliver and stuff, and I don't want them putting chemical in the water to turn the freaking frogs gay, like that kind of shit. But Jones is kind of a weird guy. Like, he's always been conservative, for sure. Like, in I guess maybe a libertarian sense. Definitely more conservative than liberal. You know, he talks a lot about communism. What pilled Jones was reading a book by a John Birch Society guy, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, which I've read a lot of conspiratorial books, and that one is the dumbest one about what communism is. Very stupid. Goof-brained shit. I love that phrase. Yeah, the frog thing is actually kind of true. The frog thing is kind of true. It sounds crazy, but yeah, there were chemicals in the water that were, like, making frogs, I think, like, hermaphroditic or something like that. It was, like, fucking up their sex organs, which doesn't mean that they're gay, okay? Gay is just their sexual orientation. I think it would have made more sense if he said that turn the frickin' frogs queer, right? Because intersex is in the LGBTQI, blah, 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 blah. Like, that is, queer would have been fair, but gay is technically the wrong part of the rainbow. But yeah, no, he wasn't wrong. He was not wrong. And when we do make fun of him for that, we sort of are doing the work of these evil corporations that do put chemicals into the water without giving a fuck about how that'll affect the local habitat. But on the other hand, it's extremely funny the way he phrased it. So yeah, you gotta pick your battles there. But in 2000, right? 2000, he makes the so just to place this interview in time. 2000, Alex Jones is broadcasting out of his son's bedroom in Austin, Texas. He's decides to make a documentary about Bohemian Grove called Dark Secrets, I think. This is before Bush is elected. He's very against Bush because Bush is at Bohemian Grove and he's protesting Bush. He's like, fuck you, Bush. Bush wins the election. Jones hates his guts. This is in May 2001, so this is before fucking, what's the word, 9/11, where obviously Jones went really hard against Bush, got very into the 9/11 conspiracy truther movement. But, like, I think people forget, like, Jones was kind of, like, lefties kind of liked Jones at this time because he was talking a lot about Bush and very against Bush. Like, in 2008, I'm pretty sure Jones voted for Obama, someone who he would later call a demon. But, like, you know, if you think about it from Jones's kind of, you know, conspiracy-addled weirdo brain, he often talks about how there's no difference between the left and the right. It's all a smokescreen. It's all fake. The two parties support each other, blah, blah, blah. In a kind of dumbass version of Chomsky, right? And Obama did sort of represent, in a similar way to Trump, the outsider perspective, right? Like, not in a sense where Trump was actually, like, hated by most politicians on both sides. Obama was black. Like, that does make him a bit of an outsider. So, yeah, it's sort of interesting. Do I have that wrong? Let me check this out. Also, Big Jerry, great comment. Big Jerry, are you a real person? I feel like I'm always seeing you commenting great stream, and you comment it like once an hour, every hour. Are you real? Do I have that wrong? I believe, I mean, I don't know if he voted. Hang on. Alex Jones voted for Obama. Let's just try that. Let's see what that gets us. Did Alex Jones vote for Obama? What is this? The broadcaster was insecure. Jones resolved his greatest resentment for Rush Limbaugh. What am I reading right now? More from Charlie Warzel. Former InfoWars employees suggested that Jones' secret fear was that his opposition would someday run out, especially if Obama lost re-election. One recalled Jones pacing back and forth on election day in 2012, nervous over the prospect of losing the polarizing president that had helped usher in ratings. Okay, well, this is 2012. I thought he'd voted for Obama in 2008, and because he actually liked Obama, not the Obama deception. That's 2009. The Obama deception debunked. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me put in 2008. 2008? Who did he vote for in 2008? And let me put quotes around Alex Jones. Voted for Obama 2008. Alex Jones, blah, blah, late. Alex Jones in the 2008 election, November 4th, 2008. Oh, here we go. Alex Jones did not vote for Obama in 2008. Okay, according to AI. How conspiracy theorists... But this is from later, though. This is from, like, talking about Donald Trump shit. Like, does this really mean that he didn't vote for Obama? Yes, he made movies about how he didn't like Obama. He called him a demon. Obama and Hillary both smelled like sulfur. Wait. No, this is worth actually tracking this down. Obama. Elected in 2008, not been born in the U.S. Roger Stone. Okay, again, this is not what I'm looking for either. Okay, wait. This is a little clip from Odyssey. YouTube for racists. I guess YouTube is also for racists. On the 2008 election. Oh, 3 hours long. Yeah, so much copyrighted music on this stream. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to say I must have been wrong because I feel like this must be... I really thought that was the case. Covering Bilderberg 2008. Trump's America 2016. I really thought that was the case. Maybe I'm wrong though. I mean, I'll say I'm wrong just because I don't think I'm going to be able to track this down in time. But in any case, the guy is not necessarily as right wing as you might think he was. He certainly was against Bush. Let's watch this. Let's see where this goes. This interview between Noam Chomsky, one of my former heroes. A little bit harder to say that nowadays with his recent kind of Epstein connections coming out, but and Alex Jones.
Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
Wait, I mean, the only people who care are you, me, and then the chat is there for everyone to read, just saying, I'm right and you're wrong. Respect clear evidence contrary is childish, so I'm out. Wait, talking about me?
Welcome back, my friends, to the second hour of the broadcast. We're going to be joined by Noam Chomsky coming up here just a couple minutes.
Crazy. I mean, yeah, it's annoying because he's using like the Star Wars music, and I know that's going to get this copyright struck immediately, but whatever.
He is an institute professor of linguistics and semantical syntax and philosophy of language at MIT in Massachusetts. And he's written books like Manufacturing Consent, an excellent video, also titled Manufacturing Consent. And it goes into how they stage things. How they will have a supposed debate on television, but the people debating are actually on the same side. They're just debating the exact implementation by just a few degrees, giving you the psychological illusion there's really some type of difference. So,
wait, what's going on? Who's ad hominem attack? What happened, guys? Can't we all get along? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Yeah. Noam doesn't stand a chance. Alex Jones drinks bone broth milkshakes. Alex Jones is on so much alpha brain. His brain is actually omega justified. I don't know.
That in your mind, you're going to fall in supposedly either phony camp being steered in the direction they wish. Now, that's how I put it. Chomsky does it in a little bit more sophisticated fashion. But they do.
But, like, he's not wrong. Like, what he's saying is kind of like what Chomsky says, kind of, right? It's like a very, and he even says there, Chomsky says it in much more sophisticated fashion. Isn't it also funny how, like, if you've seen the 2000, like, Dark Secrets doc, like, and Jones's voice is so different and less, like, scratchy, and I'm Alex Jones, and I'm a radio broadcaster here in Austin, Texas. And now he's already in 2001, like a year later, he's like, and we got Noam Chomsky on the program.
Do this all the time. Just every level of propaganda you can imagine. He also gets into what the editors do with the newspaper articles, how television's controlled, and he comes to the same conclusion that we have, that it is a global elite controlling it and steering it and dumbing down the population and manipulating us with words. Words mean things. And this also fits into the whole moral relativism debate, because what does is mean with Bill Clinton? It's simply a way to neutralize any type of dissent. And it's working wonders upon the minds of the American people. It's like Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative. Liberals, conservative, you look at what they do at the top, they're all the same people. The political left has secret police that wear black uniforms and ski masks. The political right has police that wear black uniforms and ski masks around the world.
Definitely Biva. In fact, he directly plagiarizes Limbaugh later in this clip. We'll get to, but 100%. Limbaugh is the father of all these guys. Limbaugh was the fucking source material for everyone. Fucking Jones, Ben Shapiro, blah, blah, blah. Very few of them rise to the level of natural broadcasting talent and charisma that Limbaugh had, but I think Jones is definitely up there among the very top. One of the best people at what he does. Yeah, Alex Jones ACAB. Yeah.
Centralized government, and they tell you to be in the middle of that system. More semantical deceptions.
Big Jerry, great stream. What is this? Come on now. Come on, Big Jerry. Make Big Jerry a mod. Yeah. You know what? He's earned it. He's here every week, and he's always saying good things. I'm going to make you a mod. Big Jerry, you are officially, I knight thee. I dub thee Sir Jerry of the Great Stream.
Always corralling thoughts and ideas, giving you phony decisions, phony choices. That, my friends, is the essence of modern mind control, behavioral modification. And until you realize that the sitcoms and the cartoons have more...
Whoa, Big Jerry, you said something different? Wait, you're real? What the hell? Big Jerry, say something else if you can. Okay, that's crazy. Big J, you deserve it so much. Yeah, thank you all. Wait, that's also pretty similar to, not exactly the same, but because, you know, the first time I saw you say big stream, I was actually like, that's really nice. But then you said it every stream like a few times, and I'd be like, what the heck? Wait a minute. And now I'm actually more confused than ever. And yeah. Okay, whatever. But yeah, so sorry. Has Chomsky even talked yet? I don't think so.
Propaganda in them.
But Jones is kind of explaining what Chomsky thinks, and he's not doing a bad job of it. He's actually kind of nailing it.
Till you realize that the sitcoms and the cartoons have more propaganda in them than the newspaper or the nightly news, you will not even begin to scratch the surface of the level of this inculcation, this soaking into the propaganda state. every facet.
Jerry, you got me so bad. But yes, you're welcome. You earned it.
Every level. Deluged. Infested. The human mind's like a computer. Garbage in, garbage out.
Now he's just kind of going off on a Jones rant. It doesn't fully make sense.
They're training us with phony meanings for words. They are conditioning us to believe in a false political paradigm and system. That's basically what it boils down to. And Noam Chomsky calls it manufacturing consent. The phony choice between the Republicans and the Democrats. This huge globalist corporate state that claims that it's capitalist. How is it capitalist to use huge government international bureaucracies to go after your competition?
Well, you mean like that is the inevitable outcome of capitalism, where money, wealth accumulation generates more power. The more power you have, the more you're able to tilt the government in favor of people who have that much wealth. That's why you have neoliberalism being created. That's why you have the fucking the new fucking neoliberalism, which is basically like, fucking Mencius Moldbug shit, like anarcho-capitalist shit, the fucking libertarian Peter Thiel type, faux libertarian. Let's use the state to allow the tech elites to do whatever they want. Like, it's delusional to think that capitalism could have any other outcome. This is what capitalism leads to. So, like, now he's kind of off on his own little thing, it's crony capitalism, whatever. Like, Chomsky definitely doesn't agree with this part, but I mean,
to take in massive sums of corporate welfare. And then to be able to twist the debate.
Yeah, Jones, that's just good business. That's just called being a good businessman. Why, if you're truly a good businessman trying to help your business thrive, why wouldn't you take advantage of the power of the state to do so?
Into a fight over, aren't we going to take care of the poor? And that really has nothing to do with it. That's semantical deception, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us is Professor Noam Chomsky from MIT. Professor, it's a real honor to have you on the show.
Glad to be with you.
You bet. Tell us a little bit about...
Totally agree, Magar. In order to do the grifts Jones is doing, you have to be a particular kind of intelligent. Totally. Like, I do think Jones is an incredibly skilled broadcaster, and I actually think he's just so good on his feet. He's he should have been an improviser. He should have been like on Whose Line Is It Anyway, or like Dropout or something. Like, you can never stump him. He's always he just keeps going. He just always has something to say. He's very good at filling airtime.
About yourself and about the studies you've done and some of the books you've written and what type of system we live in today and your analysis.
Well, I have two parallel and separate lives. One of them is what they pay me to do at MIT, that linguistics.
Chomsky, on the other hand, not a good broadcaster. Not a particularly charming speaker. I wish he was. Oh, God. Man, it would be so much easier to get people to check out his ideas, but never was that great.
The others, that they would probably pay me not to do, that's being involved in a whole variety of social and political issues, international affairs, the international economy, the foreign policy problems, just about anything you can think of that's in the front pages of the newspapers. And one part of that, which has interested me for many years, is kind of analysis of ideological institutions that includes the intellectual culture, but specifically the media, which I've spent a lot of time on. So it's that collection of topics. What kind of system do we live in? That requires an essay.
That requires an essay. Well, I would call it almost a matrix-like system where 98% of people don't even know the real parameters of power that surround them. Phony paradigms and systems of phony left, right, with all the roads leading towards a centralized, highly controlled corporate bureaucracy.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think the only thing I would add as a kind of a footnote is that marginalization of the public that you're describing is quite purposeful. and conscious, self-conscious.
But isn't this interesting though? Because Chomsky's like, yeah, no, I totally agree, and in fact, like Chomsky's even like being like the only disagreement I have is it's actually even more of a conspiracy than you're saying. It's actually intentional. This like marginalization of the average like media consumer. It's something that's done on purpose. Like Chomsky's, I don't know, like I just think it's so funny. Like he's not disagreeing with him at all. In fact, he's kind of like egging him on a little bit here.
So, especially through the 20th, actually it goes back to the founding of the country, but it's particularly in the 20th century, there has been a very self-conscious, explicit effort. I mean, you don't have to make it nothing speculative, but the leaders say so. Business leaders, intellectuals, academic, social scientists, and others say that it is important to keep the public out of things. It's important to ensure that the public remain what are called spectators, not participants. They're supposed to be directed to other concerns and not to interfere with policy formation. That is a major phenomena developed in the more democratic countries, in the United States and England particularly, through the 20th century. And the reason was very clear. By the early 20th century, it was becoming very difficult to control people by other means. The voting franchise was extending. Labor unions were developing. Women were.
Now he's kind of drifting over into like left wing shit here, right? Talking about like how labor unions are suppressed and stuff. But I think he's doing it in a way that kind of sneaks past Alex Jones' defenses.
Demanding the vote. I mean, it was the countries, especially England and the United States, were simply becoming more democratic. And it was recognized early on that if you can't control people by force or...
You think Noam's full of shit? I mean, you know, the Epstein stuff's bad, but I think Noam, for the most part, like here, I think he's great.
You know, poverty or some other means, you are going to have to control them by what was quite openly called propaganda at the time. People don't like the term propaganda anymore, but that was used... Oh, that's where the U.S. public relations is. It grows out of these experiences and this understanding, and it is very explicit.
So, Professor Chomsky.
Yeah, that's true. Public relations as like a field that's like basically like completely conscious way of manufacturing consent and being like, how can we get people to change what they believe? Oh, like our product, like whatever, tobacco, people don't want to buy it. People are afraid that it's dangerous. We need to hire people whose job it is to change public opinion. Like we gotta do marketing. We gotta do this. We gotta do that. Like this is a like yeah, very like blatant example of this. I feel like, I mean, part of me is like, I feel like maybe Noam didn't really know who Alex Jones was before this interview because he just kind of says yes to everything, or he did it this time, and he was able to kind of get. Like he's like, well, this is probably a good opportunity to get my message across, and I don't want to disagree with some of the stuff he's saying is kind of bullshit, but like for the most part, like he's got the right idea, and let me try to like lean into that. I don't know. I'm not sure what was going through his head, but I think it's kind of funny the way he's doing it. So far.
They put out their papers that I read from the Carnegie Endowment and others that mind control, behavioral modification is much cheaper and much more effective than tanks and guns.
Noam said he reaches for his gun out of hatred when he hears the term dialectics, and his linguistics work was used for imperialism being metaphysical. I know he said that, like, he has like a pretty funny quote about dialectical materialism or whatever, where he's like, nobody knows what dialectical materialism is, and if they tell you they know what it means, they're lying. It doesn't have a coherent definition, and you can never understand what it is. And like the first time I read that, I was like, in the process of reading Capital by Marx, and I was like, fuck, I thought I did know what it means, but maybe I don't. Like if Noam Chomsky doesn't know what it means, how do I know what it means? But I don't mean, this is like tale as old as time, right? This goes back to fucking when Marx was alive. The anarchists and the Marxists were constantly feuding, Bakunin and Proudhon and shit. That's just the left, baby. We didn't need Twitter to hate each other and, attack one another. That's always been the case.
And it's the only thing you can do, because in the more democratic countries, you can't control people with tanks and guns. I mean, maybe to some limited extent, but not very much. There's too much freedom. It was understood very well, and it is kind of striking that it's in the two main democratic countries, England and the United States. It was realized in parallel about the same time that you're going to have to control people by what was called regimenting the public mind.
Yeah, did Jones ever have any other lefties on the show? I'm pretty sure Abby Martin and Robbie Martin, her brother, they were kind of lefty guys in the 9/11 truther kind of movement, but yeah, for sure. I mean, who else? I don't know. It's two completely different vibes. Alex Jones is on Vyvanse while Noam Chomsky is burnt out from the night before playing bingo.
By ideological control. That's where the term manufacturing consent comes from.
Well, take Bush and Clinton. They have the exact same policies on land grabbing, selling out sovereignty, deindustrialization, drugging the children. But you ask the average person, they have this cult-like following of their parties and can't admit it's really the same, what I call the same, it's really two corporate management teams bidding for control of the CEO job of the New World Order.
Well, maybe I'm naive, but I have more faith in the public than that. My feeling is that the general public is rather well aware of this, and I think it shows up in, there's a lot of public opinion study in the United States, mainly because business wants to keep its finger on the public pulse thing.
He's kind of dropping little like anarchist pills in this too, where he's like, yeah, you're right, Alex Jones, you're right. And you know what? The problem is big business. And he's like, a big business is trying to keep his finger on the pulse of everything going on. And that's why they manipulate you and they try to affect how you view the world. And Jones is kind of like nodding along and being like, yeah, and really like, I mean, like, I guess this is kind of how you do it, right? Like I
want to know what people are thinking. So we have
he's sort of being like, you're right, Alex, and also and like going into more of what he wants to get across.
A pretty trustworthy and very extensive polling industry. And what comes out of public attitudes, I think, is kind of revealing. So for the last 20 years or so, about 80% of the population, when they're asked, what do you think the country, who runs the government or what does it do, the answer that they pick out of a set of choices is the government works for the few and the special interests, not the people. And in fact, in the last election, just last November, there's a big project at Harvard University called the Vanishing Voter Project, where they study attitudes towards elections and so on. Right before the election, so this has nothing to do with shenanigans in Florida, but before the election, about 75% of the population felt that there was no election going on in any sense that involved them. What was happening was some kind of game involving rich contributors, party bosses, the public relations industry, which craft.
Yeah, I mean, like if Jones listeners aren't like put to sleep by Chomsky, like they might actually kind of be vibing with what he's saying.
The candidates to say particular things and have particular gestures, which you can't believe what they say. And this was a large majority of the population.
And they wouldn't even let Ralph Nader into the debate when he had a ticket.
They wouldn't, and there was a huge attack against him, mainly from the kind of more liberal press, because he was regarded as disrupting the system of, basically two factions of one party. I mean, the two factions are different. I don't say that Democrats and Republicans are identical, but they share fundamental interests, and those are the interests of their corporate backers. Not very surprising. Easy if it was otherwise.
And
but I think the one thing where I'm not convinced by what you say is that I think the public is largely aware of it.
Oh, no, sir, I agree with you.
And that's another interesting thing. And like, I feel like this is kind of a surprising point, but I totally agree with Chomsky here that like, I think a lot of conspiracy theorists, and I mean, like, not even just kind of like, pilled like weirdos, but I think a lot of people who analyze politics at all have this whole thing where they're like, the general public are all idiots. They don't get it. They don't understand that they're being manipulated. They don't understand that all this shit is happening, and they have no awareness of this. And then Chomsky here's like, actually, like, generally people do know that like corporate media is not trustworthy, and whatever. They're aware of this consent manufacturing and this sort of like opinion laundering that's going on, and the way that media, largely in large part is like tilted in a direction that benefits the stakeholders, whatever, the shareholders, the people who big business, the politicians, yada yada yada. Like, people are aware of that, and I think that's true. I think that conspiratorial people tend to underestimate that about the general population. But like, there is consent manufacturing going on to the extent that it's successful. Some people are kind of like just team sports politics guys, that they're always going to agree with whatever their color team says. But most people aren't really like that. And it's just interesting the way that like whatever law gets passed has very little to do with what the population actually wants, right? Like, this is the consent manufacturing doesn't have to be successful. It just has to be, you don't have to convince people to change their mind, but it's easier to convince people that like enough people think that this is what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
I know they're cynical. They know something's wrong. They smell the dead body under the floor, but they
don't know what to do. They don't feel like. In fact, that's an important point, and I think you're right about that. One of the things that is measured in these studies is what's called helplessness. Like, do you feel there's nothing you can do about it? That figure has been going up, and it reached its historical peak last November.
Professor Chomsky, we've got to break. Coming up the next segment, I really appreciate you joining us because I'm obsessed with this stuff. It seems to be the only game in town. We really want to fight this. I want to talk about their modes of control, examples of propaganda, how they split people's minds and corral the information they receive. When we return with Noam Chomsky from MIT.
Never read Manufacturing Consent, but I'm bothered by how he frames it as some kind of passive dynamic without moral judgment whenever I see him talking about MSM or imperialism. Yeah, I mean, excuse me. I think that he's like, yeah, I think I know what you mean there. I don't know. I mean, it's a complicated idea. It's Chomsky working with Edward S. Herman, Manufacturing Consent. So it's not completely Chomsky's work. And he does, I think when you're talking about how it's like a passive dynamic, like it's the sort of thing where that famous interview clip where he's talking to a guy and the guy's like, well, how dare you say that? He's like British. He's like, how dare you say, like, I don't actually have, no one tells me what to believe. I am a reporter. I blah, 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 blah. Like, I just report on what I actually think. And Chomsky's like, of course you do. And I'm not saying that you're told what to do, but you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting if you didn't believe the things you believe. And to an extent, there's a passivity there where it's like the people who are there don't get that that's what they're there for, and they feel like they're able to speak freely and, whatever. But at the end of the day, there is what's the opposite of passive? Active, I guess. There is an active collaboration of powerful, wealthy interests to put forward a certain propaganda line and to limit the spectrum of acceptable speech, the Overton window, in a limited kind of right-wing, pro-corporate, pro-capitalist, pro-whatever way. But Manufacturing Consent, honestly, even if you're not a anarchist, even if you're not a fucking leftist, even if you're like Alex Jones type, worth a read. Like a pretty good book that is still applicable, I think, to politics today. Although the internet has changed things pretty hugely. A lot of the people that actually vote, like boomers and shit, they still get most of their information from like traditional media, legacy media, whatever, cable news, where a lot of these all of these concepts still apply. And a lot of them get it from fucking their Facebook feed or whatever, wherever boomers are nowadays. Instagram, probably. Twitter. Which is definitely like a dynamic that is not really covered in manufacturing consent, but I still think it has aged very well.
The Genesis Communications Radio Network proudly presents The Alex Jones Show, because there's a war on for your mind.
That's right. That's my motto. That's my slogan.
There's a war on for your mind. I love all the fucking voiceovers that Jones has got here.
Up on Infowars.com, my premier website. From Reuters, yesterday, invited as speakers, Bill Clinton and Tony Blair were groomed at the Bilderberg meeting before rising to fame as U.S. President and British Prime Minister, respectively. They go on to brag about how they run our country. I was a kook 3 years ago to talk about this huge corporate elite, and now they're throwing it in our face. Is that, Professor Chomsky, part of the hopelessness that they're trying to instill in us? I've seen a shift in the propaganda in the last 3 years from denying all of this to throwing it in our face.
Could be, but I think...
So the way he's going, Jones just rants about the Bilderberg group, and he's like, and is that, what do you think, Chomsky? And Chomsky's like, yeah, maybe. He's like kind of...
I've seen a shift in the propaganda in the last 3 years from denying all of this to throwing it in our face.
Could be, but I think my own feeling is the roots go back farther. If you go back again to the early part of the 1920s approximately, that's when this stuff really takes off.
Madison Avenue?
Yeah, that's when the public relations industry really exploded. And it grew on the basis of the very sensible assumption that was pretty clearly articulated, that we have to somehow make sure that the general public does not make use of the democratic opportunities that are available to them and leaves us to run the place as we've been doing. And the way to do it was, you read the business leaders are saying, look, we have to induce what's called a philosophy of futility. They actually use the phrase. We have to kind of direct people to superficial things like fashionable consumption. We have to regiment, anything that doesn't bother us.
Bread and circus.
Yeah, just anything like that. I mean, and that's true of leading intellectuals. I mean, it takes
So far, these guys are completely like in agreement here. Eh?
Lippmann, who was he's the leading figure in the U.S. Elite media in the 20th century, major public intellectual. He's the one who invented the phrase "manufacture of consent." We borrowed it from him. And he thought it was necessary. It's necessary to manufacture consent in order to make sure that we, what he called the responsible men, can run the affairs of the world without being bothered. And what he didn't say, but what is crucial is your point, that you become a responsible man if you're serving the interests of concentrated private power. Otherwise, you're not.
Professor Chomsky, during the break we were talking about, I just observed this, they will have somebody on TV, both sides for taking private property, the guys of environmentalism, and they're both really on the same side, but they act like this is the two choices.
He does sound like Hogan. Yeah. What you gonna do, brother?
That there's an actual debate going on when it's not controlling the entire system of thought. What do you call that?
Well, I think a sensible, like if you and I were to sit down and invent an effective system of propaganda, we wouldn't have a unique party line, coming from the Kremlin or something, which everybody could detect and nobody would believe. Like in the Soviet Union, nobody believed the propaganda because the force was so plain and the source was so obvious that it didn't believe it. The intelligent way to design a propaganda system is to present the illusion of debate, but within a fixed framework that you're not allowed to escape.
There you go. Now this is like the right way to describe what Jones is always talking about. The parties leaning up against each other, and they lean against each other, you see, so they can't be toppled. But no, that isn't really right. It's about limiting the spectrum of acceptable debate.
So you start with certain assumptions. Everyone has to accept those assumptions or they're not admitted into the discussion. Once you accept those assumptions, you want to stimulate the most lively and intense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. As I said before on this stream, I'm going to let the Parenti fans take the W on the Chomsky thing for now. But I do ultimately think, yeah, like Chomsky was probably not hanging out with Epstein for nefarious reasons. He seems to have really, really liked Epstein. He hung out with him quite a bit and was like writing shit for him, like wrote this glowing recommendation of his character for some reason, like a really long thing about it. He hung out with him a lot at a bunch of his different properties. Yes, Epstein was like probably donating to MIT, probably like funding things for Chomsky, and a lot of being a professor is like, hanging out with people you don't necessarily like in order to get money for your fucking university. But it does seem like Chomsky and Epstein vibed. And even that one, the worst photo for me is the one where he's hanging out with Bannon. He's got his like arm around him or whatever. I don't know. They're laughing at each other anyway. The best explanation of that made most sense to me was like someone on Twitter. I wish I could remember who, but somebody was just like, yeah, imagine being Chomsky and you're constantly hanging out with like woke scolds and like annoying fucking lefty, like whatever, university students and Amy Goodman and whatever. And not that there's anything wrong with Amy Goodman. She's great. But and then you get to hang out with like a fun, drunk, racist Irish guy, Steve Bannon. Like, it's probably like kind of fun. And I gotta say that made a lot of sense to me, like, I mean, yeah. And like Chomsky's always said about Epstein, when he was even questioned about it, he'd be like, and people were like, and you hung out with him after his first conviction. And he'd be like, well, and he wouldn't even say it like that. He'd be like, well, actually, he'd doing it very slow, like slowly and whatever, gravelly voice. He's like, well, as you know, I think that, but his excuse made sense, I gotta say, to me. It like kind of spoke to me in a way where he's like, well, actually, when people serve their time, they're meant to be forgiven and they're meant to be given a second chance. That's how the justice system works. Yes, I knew he was in prison for this horrible crime, but when people are released from jail, we forgive them and we allow them to re-enter society. And honestly, I do agree with that, Like, I think that is a good answer for why you were hanging out with Epstein at that point in his life. Most people don't do that. Most people are like, I didn't even know, or whatever, which makes me think they probably did know. But like that, I do think that's true. I think that forgiveness is like actually a beautiful thing. And in most cases, it's something that you are able to offer someone that, this is something that like, I mean, I'm not like a religious person, but I think that when I look at Christ, who I look at Jesus Christ, this guy's performing all these miracles and shit, turning water into wine, walking on water, blah, yada, 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 shit like that. I'm like, well, I can't do that shit. Why the fuck would I be inspired by that? But the way Christ is able to forgive people is something that anybody can just do. In a sense, it is a miracle that you can forgive someone for anything. And I think it's kind of cool that that's an ability that human beings have, and it's difficult to do. But so anyway, I don't know. Sorry if that sounds fucking weird, but I think that his excuse for hanging out with Epstein is okay, but I do admit overall does not look great. Like I said, the Parenti team Parenti's going home with a win on this one.
Debate and controversy, but ensuring that those assumptions are maintained. Anybody questions those assumptions, they're just not part of the discussion.
So
that's
we feel like
propaganda.
So we feel like we're part of the decision-making process when we're actually just cheerleading for what the elite want to do.
Yeah, we're choosing among things that concentrate.
Yeah, I mean, we can read the emails back and forth between Epstein and Chomsky, and it's just like Epstein being like, oh, I heard this thing about ants that blah, 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 blah. Actually, they do this, and doing some weird fucking, probably just repeating something that some other smart person told him like a week earlier, and Chomsky being like, okay, what? That's weird. Whatever you say, man. And like Epstein getting kind of embarrassed and being like, oh, it's like when you cube numbers and you cube of this is this and cube of that is this. And then he sends the whole conversation to Ehud Barak, and Ehud Barak's like, dude, you actually got one of those cubes wrong. this is the cube of it. And he's like, fuck, you're right. Thank you. Oh, God. Like, he's really trying to impress Noam big time in the emails. And Noam is kind of like, okay, man.
Power really doesn't care that much about. I mean, you see this very clearly. I mean, take say the one of the major issues for the public. Look at polls, and it's understandable. Are these international economic agreements, the things that are...
Yeah, I think Epstein was like a genius at one thing, and that was like scamming people. He was a con man. He was a brilliant con man. He was so able to convince people that he was who they wanted him to be. Pathological liar, very convincing, very charming, very like, you know, and he was able to convince people that he was smart. Some people kind of saw through his facade. And I mean, he was smart in some ways, but he was able to convince people that he was on their level. He hung out with all these like professors and physics professors and math professors and shit. And like, was it somehow able to convince them he was this genius? He was able to convince everybody that he was like a money genius. And it turns out he wasn't really doing any of that. He made most of his fortune by scamming rich people. Yeah, it's interesting.
Called free trade agreements. So that's not what they are. Those are very big issues for the public. People are very much worried about, the trade deficit because they know that affects their job.
China has a 40% tariff on us.
Yeah, actually, for sure, Finland. Informed about political or economic goings on? Yeah, definitely.
We have a 2% on them.
Energy of a Bill Stein. Like a Ben Stein character, you mean? Yeah, like it'd be cool if he actually had Ben Stein's voice. That would be better.
They call that free trade. You're not an isolationist, are you?
No, I'm not. But this is stuff has nothing to do with free trade.
No, but that's what they say. I mean,
yeah, that's what they say. Right, of course. Now, but what the point I'm trying to make is this: these are very big issues for the population. They are also big issues for the business world. But the population and the business world happens to be on opposite sides. Therefore, the issues do not arise in political campaigns. So, like, for example, the free trade area of the Americas, which is an enormous agreement, with a lot of consequences, that has yet to be discussed in the media. It's been negotiated for 3 years. It finally broke through at the Summit of the Americas meeting in Quebec. There was such a furor over it, had to be mentioned. But it's been under negotiation for a couple of years by corporate managers, by trade ministers of governments who are basically corporate representatives. The media know all about it, but they don't want the public to know. It did not come up in the political campaign. The nature of these arrangements has yet to be made public. I mean, you can sort of figure it out if you do a research project. But these things are not made available to the public, and it's for a very clear reason.
Our final segment with the professor with solutions.
So, like, it's funny that like a lot of the videos on this call this a debate, but honestly, like we're more than halfway through now. All they've done is agree with each other. And Chomsky, even when he's kind of like gently correcting Alex, it's all good. Like, they're all good.
Coming up. Welcome back, my friends. We've only got about 8 or 9 minutes left.
There's the new New York Times article on Epstein's finances is pretty good, where it goes into his backstory as how he got his money in the 80s, 90s, or whatever, and a lot of it is about cozying up to wealthy people, often through like women, either dating a woman or introducing a wealthy person to women or something like that. Cozying up to them, making them big promises, ripping them off, taking as much money from them as he could. In the late 80s with Towers Financial, pulling off the largest Ponzi scheme in U.S. history at that time. And like with Les Wexner giving himself power of attorney, full control over all of Les Wexner's funds in the fucking 2000s with Leon Black, getting all his fucking money. Like, I mean, there was scamming going on, and it does not seem that there was much actual, like, the shit that he was promising. Oh, I am going to help you save money. I'm going to help you, hide your money from taxation. I'm going to help you with this. I got all these secret tricks. It seems like he was mostly just like funneling their money into his own fucking pocket. It's interesting. Yeah, I think Wexner wasn't tricked. I think Wexner was tricked and attracted to Epstein, but like, you know, like Wexner put Wexner put Epstein in control of his fucking entire fortune. Like there is some crazy shit going on there behind the scenes. You don't just do that to the guy that you're like hooking up with, your financial advisor who you're hooking up with. Okay, you can have my entire fortune. I think there was scamming involved there. I don't know. Who knows?
Left, really about 5 minutes left with our guest, Noam Chomsky, professor from MIT, one of the experts there on the globalists and their activities manipulating our minds. Sir, other key areas of manipulation that people can...
Yeah, was that like, it was like a video game company, right? From the New York Times article? You got to read that article, and you've also got to read the drop side article that's like, the New York Times article was good, but like they completely left all the Iran-Contra shit. Yeah.
And become conscious of, because we become conscious of this propaganda, it actually becomes, in my experience, an irritant, as you were saying earlier, in Russia, and acts against them. And then what are some solutions to counter this?
Well, I think the main solution is, I think you're doing. I mean, people have to be offered the opportunity and encouraged to take the opportunity to think critically, not to believe, not to uncritically accept what you're told, to ask the question, what are the assumptions? Do I accept those assumptions? To search for information and analysis over a wide range. I wouldn't want anybody to believe what I'm saying. I mean, they should ask, is it true? Let's find out if it's true. Let's check out the information from a variety of sources. When you have radio, it can be a very important.
It's funny, like it's such a like, what's the word? Like humble way of like responding to criticism, to be like, yeah, no, I mean, I could be wrong too. Maybe I'm also manufacturing a little bit of consent here. Look into the shit I say. Don't believe what I say either.
Extremely important instrument. There can be real involvement in interchange, and that can be an highly important educational instrument, and there are others. I mean,
so it's not just sound bites. People have to actually espouse ideas.
These are not trivial issues. You have to really think them through. The thing that I mentioned, for example, the international economic agreements, those, you have to think about them. You have to learn about them. You can't just listen to a slogan and say, okay, that's what I think.
Well, these are unelected, unaccountable international boards controlled by the top 20 corporations and banks telling us they're going to run our lives. I mean, that's a horrible idea, but most Americans don't know that.
Yeah, but they can find out. I mean, they can find out. The information is available. You have to work to get it. It's an extremely hard thing to do by yourself. If people are really atomized and separated from one another and spending their entire lives, trying either to put food on the table or to get deeper in debt with things they are told to buy but don't want, then they really are controlled. I mean, people have to be able to get together. Even in the sciences, the way you come up with ideas is by working together. You don't sit alone somewhere and have to figure out how the world works.
Well, that's like these $150 Nike tennis shoes that are so ugly I wouldn't touch them if they were free, but the young people are just begging and have to have them or they're not human.
Yeah, and if you watch, I sometimes watch with television with my grandchildren. What they are subjected to is criminal. I mean, they're
This is great. Watching TV with his grandkids.
Barraged by propaganda, teaching them from infancy that the only thing in life is getting those tennis shoes or those Pokemon cards or whatever it may be. And
remember Pokemon cards? Remember when people were manufacturing consent about getting a shiny Charizard?
That is really a way to control people in a very ugly fashion. People have to learn how to escape from that. It's a hard struggle.
What are some of the other facets, other propaganda venues and systems they use against us?
I mean, like Alex Jones, like I feel like it seems like Alex Jones is like paying attention to him and being like, "Oh, this is good shit. What else?" Like he's like asking kind of good questions and everything too.
Well, I mean, if you look at the
guys, don't worry. If you're getting bored by this and by the amount of people who have dropped off the stream since I started playing this Noam Chomsky clip, I feel like that's a lot. But we're gonna finish it. We got about 10 minutes left. I will, let me assure you, it does get into a heated debate. towards the end. Most of it, they get along great. But it does heat up, all right? So you got to just stick with it for the nice parts. If you can't handle it at its getting along great, you don't deserve it at its now they're mad. All right, we're almost there.
Way issues are all the way from the elite media to the educational system to commercial propaganda.
I found that sitcoms and drama shows are full of the most. I mean, I was watching NYPD Blue.
Hear Chomsky go, absolutely.
Them to commercial propaganda.
I hear sitcoms and
I found that sitcoms and drama shows are full of the most. I mean, I was watching NYPD.
Absolutely. That's awesome.
Blue Monday night or Tuesday night, they were choking and torturing someone, saying, we'll frame you, and these are the good guy heroes doing it. Then I read a law enforcement magazine, they're saying, hey, we...
Oh, damn, you had a binder full of that shit? Damn. You were one of the kids I was so jealous of.
might need to institute torture.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, I don't know much about it. It's a part of the culture I just don't know much about, but I'm sure you're right that the framing and the structure of sitcoms and popular entertainment is designed, and probably consciously designed, to instill a certain kind of attitude, interest, concern that will marginalize people, that will keep them away from the basic decisions and choices about how to run their lives and how to run their society. Because the idea is that's not supposed to be in the public domain. That's supposed to be in private, powerful circle. And take, say, these trade agreements that are coming along. One crucial part of them is to take what are called services and hand them over to private power. Well, services are just about anything that people would care about. You know, health, education, water, almost anything that would be in the public arena where people would want to make decisions. That has to be taken out of the public arena, put into private hands, unaccountable private hands, and then, what's left for the public is which kind of shoes I buy.
But these private corporations are taking on governmental...
That's funny. Traded your holographic Charizard for that Pokemon. Magneton? One of those? No, Magneto's an X-Men. Magneton? I think. Is that right? Anyway, yeah. No, that sucks. Yeah, no, I also didn't know shit. I had I never was able to buy Pokemon cards, but I was someone gave me one once, and I was like, I'll just keep trading this until I have a lot of them. And I was trying to do that, and I got at some point I got like a Drowsy, and then I was like, and I'll trade this, but I didn't know what I was doing. I traded it for a Poke-Flute, and I remember the guy I was trading was like, are you sure? That's a bad deal for you. And I was like, I want it. And then I traded for the Poke-Flute, and then no one would trade the Poke-Flute with anything, and that was the last Pokemon card I ever got. Sad story. Sad story. Those things were expensive, though, man. It was like $50 for a deck in fucking 1999 money.
Power, and take the Lower Colorado River Authority here in Texas. They're private, but they have SWAT teams and will arrest you.
Right.
And it's the ultimate tyranny. And then they say, hey, we're...
He was already platforming Pachenik at this time. Pachenik was there from the beginning.
Corporation, you can't see our records.
That's right.
You can ask questions. Two more quick questions, sir. I want to bring up a fact. Okay, semantics. You say democratic countries. Okay, fine. I hear Republicans, Democrats saying democracy. That's a semantical deception. The Founding Fathers said a democracy is horrible. It's two wolves and a sheep.
Yeah, I didn't have the channel. I didn't have YTV that was playing Pokemon growing up, so I never watched the show either. But I did play the game. I got into Pokemon Red. Yeah, that was the one I played. Pretty fun when you're 10 years old and you got a lot of time to kill. Yeah, it's nice.
Voting on what's for dinner. A republic has a rule of law, separation of powers, a Bill of Rights that you can't violate. In a democracy, 51% say all the black people are killed or all the white people are killed, and it's done. Or take that farm, it's done. Right there. I mean, we hear this word democracy all the time. Well, we're a republic, and there's a big difference.
So this is you've heard this, right? Like, this has been an old school, like, conspiracy fucking pilled belief that it's like, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And that's totally different. And that's why, and it'll justify whatever the fuck they need it to in the moment. Listen to the Pledge of Allegiance. It says we're a republic. That's the difference. And so here's 2001. Here's Alex Jones busting that out. And how does Chomsky respond?
Actually, I think the real issues are elsewhere.
Okay, this is how for Chomsky, this is a fucking declaration of war. Actually, I think the problems are elsewhere. He's like, that's basically him being like, you're a fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? That makes zero sense. You are historically and politically illiterate. Get over yourself. You know nothing. You know nothing. Pick up a fucking book, you fucking troglodyte. That's what he's really saying here. But it doesn't come out like that.
Actually, I think the real issues are elsewhere. I mean, the distinction between republic and democracy that you're describing was not really what concerned the founding fathers. What they were concerned about, you read, say, James Madison, the main framer, what he was concerned about, but he wanted to have a system in which power would lie in the hands of what he called the wealth of the nation, the more capable class of men.
And now he's talking about the founding fathers, and he's talking shit about them. No, that is not some shit. Alex Jones is from Texas, okay? He loves America. He loves the founding fathers. That is one fucking matrix that he is not going to wake up from.
The reason was because the goal of government, this phrase, is to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. So the system was designed to try to ensure that the wealth of the nation would essentially be in control and that the general public would be fragmented and marginalized and so on. Now, if you look over the course of time...
And this is a thing that Chomsky quotes all the time. If you're a Chomsky head, you've heard him talk about this from the Madison. Is this from the Federalist Papers? Something like, let me see, the goal of government... What is it? Whoa. The goal of government is to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority, something like that, right? Against the majority. Oh fuck! Okay, I'll take out the quotes. I must have put a typo in there. Founders Online, right? Hang on, opulent. Yeah. All right. So there's different like versions of it, but this is actually true. Okay? Like if you didn't know about this, I'm sorry. This is what is in the fucking Federalist Papers? Oh, no, sorry. Terms of the Senate. This is what your founding fathers, your precious founding fathers, were talking about here, okay? They were extremely worried about holding on to power. Where are we talking about here? Landowners and agrarian law. Hang on. The man is possessed of wealth who lolls on his sofa. We're talking about... Yeah. Okay. If these observations be just, our government ought to secure the permanent interests of the country against innovation. Landholders ought to have a share in the government to support these invaluable interests and to balance and check the other. They ought to, so they as in the government, ought to be so constituted as to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. The Senate, therefore, ought to be this body. And to answer these purposes, the purposes of the Senate, the purposes of the government, is to have permanency and stability. Various have been the propositions, but my opinion is the longer they continue in office, the better will these views be answered. Isn't that nuts? Like, I mean, I remember the first time I read that, I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy. This is why, like, Chomsky's kind of mind-blowing if you're unfamiliar with these concepts. Like, I think, like, a lot of people don't realize that shit. But anyway... I mean, like, I don't even mean to sound like condescending. Like I was just talking about how conspiracy theorists are always like, oh, no one gets it. But like, I didn't know that shit. It's interesting. Yeah, I've noticed that, JMG. I don't know why YouTube keeps blocking your messages. I'm sorry. But yo, you can't drop that type of truth bomb on InfoWars, okay? You can't do it. Alex Jones is not going to stand for it. He will stand up against the technotronic technocracy any day of the week. Big Jerry's getting your messages retracted even too. Oh, that's not cool. And you're a mod. What the heck? I don't get it.
A middle-class flourish here, though, Professor.
Oh, this is the best part of the whole thing. So this is because Chomsky's like, oh, the fucking Madison wrote that we need to protect the tyranny of the the majority, the poor people. No, sorry, we need to protect the minority of the opulent against the tyranny of the lower class, or whatever. Like, and then Alex Jones, well, we have a thriving middle class, Chomsky.
So on. Now, you look over the course of time.
A middle-class flourish here, though, Professor.
Yeah, pardon?
The middle-class flourish here, 4% of the population with half the wealth.
4% of the population with half the wealth?
Well, that's not 4% of the population.
And I love this part where Chomsky actually laughs at him. You catch that? He's like, well, the middle class flourished here, Professor. 4% of the population with half the wealth. And Chomsky kind of breaks character a little bit, where he's trying to be like, you're right, Alex. And furthermore, you should also be an anarcho-syndicalist. And at this point, he's just like, instead of being like, yeah, you've got a good point, I just want to slightly gently add that, like, he's like, no, you're a fucking idiot. Like a little bit. Wait, let's hear it again. Listen to Chomsky laugh.
Yeah, pardon?
The middle class flourish here, 4% of the population with half the wealth.
Well, that's not 4% of the population isn't the middle class. The middle class is the middle. But I think, look, over the
that's 4% not the middle class, bro.
Centuries, there have been a lot of struggles against this elitist concept, and the options for public participation did increase substantially.
But was that for them to say that we would all be armed, have the right to keep and bear arms?
Well, that's not what they meant back at that time. What they meant is, you read the Second Amendment, they said, in the context of raising militias, people should have the right to bear arms. We're living in a different world. We're not raising militias. The question whether people should have arms is a separate issue.
Now he's getting into the Second Amendment nuances and historical context.
Back here, the United States is off the spectrum of international society.
Do you think people are hopeful? Are you hopeful that folks are going to wake up to this system?
I think people, again, like I say, maybe I'm naive, but I think that people more or less understand it, and what they feel is helpless. And they have to be able to overcome that feeling of helplessness. And there are ways of doing it. In the past, people have organized, they have struggled, they've achieved rights. We have all kinds of rights and freedoms that didn't exist not long ago. And that's because people were not willing to just sit back and take it, but to organize, learn, act, educate, do things to change the world so that it fits their concerns and needs. We have the opportunity to do that. And we're very privileged. We live in a society where, people are not controlled by force. That's an extremely important privilege.
Well, Mr. Chomsky, I have to be honest with you, and I really appreciate.
All right, so here's Chomsky. They're getting along great. Everything's cool. They're gelling. They're talking about the elites, the media manipulation, manufacturing consent, the intentional fucking molding of the American mind. All that shit well and good. But as soon as Chomsky says that actually the Founding Fathers were evil and the fucking Second Amendment doesn't mean what you think it does, then you got a problem. So here's where the debate begins. Here we go.
Appreciate you coming on and tell folks about some of your publications and let you get back to work. But right there, it seemed like a groupthink herding mechanism when you talked about the
guns. Oh, Chomsky, seems like you're doing a groupthink herding mechanism.
Guns, and you said, well, I think America, the U.S. is, off from the main line of the rest of the world, as if, we're a little backwards that we still have guns. I mean, that's that whole group think right there.
It could be. I mean, again.
He's like, maybe you could be right. Like he's like, hey, don't take everything I say.
I don't think it's an obvious question, and I think we'd really have to talk about it and think it through. But if you want my opinion, I think guns are much too easy to get in the United States.
But England's crime rate just doubled 3 years after they took all the guns.
Well, see, the United States does not have a particularly high crime rate. It's been sort of toward the high end of the spectrum of industrial societies, but not out of range. The one real difference between the United States and other countries is killings with guns. That's very high. Yeah, it's very high here as compared to other countries.
Look at The Economist. No longer. We're number 12. England and Australia are number 1 and 2 now.
In deaths by guns?
Yes, now they are.
I don't think
London is now more dangerous.
And this part, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the actual stats on this are, but like, this is not right. Is it like England took away all the guns and their murder rate skyrocketed? Did any of that happen? I don't think so.
Only the last 3 years. It wasn't 3 years.
The Economist?
Years ago. You're right, 3 years ago. It's now worse than Washington, D.C., sir.
In deaths by guns?
Yeah, I have about 4 different universities, 3 different governments, Australian Bureau of Statistical Data. It's all on Infowars.com right now, Professor.
Okay, I'd take a look. But if that's
Source, Infowars.com.
the case, I'd look at the reasons, and I would...
Yeah, he's comparing just London to the entire U.S., so maybe that's what it was, because it seems crazy.
I suspect that the reason is that there has been an increased availability of guns.
And even Chomsky, yeah, like it seems like that, right? He's a straight line, but like I also like I love how Chomsky's just like, I am like, you can tell in his head he's like, there's no way that's true, but he's in out loud he's like, okay, well if that's the case, then I imagine it's probably because of this. Like he's like, okay, like he's not really, he's pushing back so lightly here.
If there's going to be an increase in availability, then there are going to be crimes using guns.
You're right, sir. They outlawed the guns, and so now the criminals...
They've always had guns out.
So now the criminals have a reason to bring them in because the black market's made it very...
You're right, sir. So
lucrative.
I don't think guns were always outlawed. I mean, even the police didn't have guns in England until very recently.
Oh, people had guns over there.
No, look, in England, even the police were not armed with guns until fairly recently.
Professor Chomsky, the police didn't have guns. The people had handguns and rifles. They just confiscated them 3 years ago.
No, that happened. There was an effort to do that in Canada, but that's a different story. I mean, look, this is a big issue, and we have to...
Was there a time in 1998 where everyone in England had their guns taken away?
I bet you $1 million right now.
I really don't agree with you about the facts here.
Well,
but these are factual questions. We could settle it.
I have the facts. Well, I'd love to debate you on it. Real quick, tell folks about some of your books and publications.
Pardon? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Books and publications. Tell folks about them.
Well, there is the book that you mentioned before, Manufacturing Consent.
Let me check my source. Hang on. It says here it's me. I said it. You can look it up on what's coming out of my mouth right now. Yeah, very yin and yang. Yeah. Even like Noam Chomsky's tone of voice has only very subtly changed from when they were getting along to now that they hate each other. But Alex Jones has been like gotten so much more animated. No, that's right, sir. The guns were taken away.
And a new edition of that is coming out. It's about these issues of propaganda and mind control. That's coming out in a couple of months. The last book that appeared was one that was called Rogue States, but it's actually about it concentrates on the United States and on human rights issues and foreign affairs issues. And
even Chomsky doesn't really sound interested in what Chomsky's saying. He's like plugging himself. He's like, yeah, it's a new book. It's kind of just about what exactly we're talking about. It sounds kind of boring, honestly. I don't recommend it.
Argues you can read it and see if it's right.
What about websites?
Pardon?
Websites.
There are plenty of websites. There's one called DNet, which has a ton of material, including a lot of my
The net. As if he's reading the name of the website for the first time.
things, and it has accesses to archives in which these things are available, and there are others.
All right, Professor Chomsky, really do appreciate you joining us. I would just say this, one big part of controlling the thought process and the debate, where the rat thinks it has a choice, it can go forward, left, right, or back, but it's still in their system, is having people out there talking about this propaganda state in Madison Avenue and only pointing out certain parts of it and misdirecting people back into the big government paradigm. And frankly, sir, you need to get the information on the guns, on the land grabbing, on all of it, because I have it right here.
Classic Jones line. I have the information right here. It's like, okay, then show us. He never does. I got the sources.
And I respect your work, but at the same time, just here talking to you, I think some of it isn't as honest as it could be.
Well, that's for others to decide when they look at it.
And again, like, he's doing these like ad hominem attacks, and Chomsky's like, yeah, maybe you're right.
Certainly is. Yeah. My audience is pretty well educated.
That's very funny too. My audience is pretty well educated. They've gone to the school of Alex Jones University.
Thanks for joining us. Say hi to David Rockefeller for me. There goes.
So he's like, okay, so peep this, all right? The whole time, even when they're fighting, Alex Jones is still like not that intense. Like, I mean, he's intense compared to Chomsky, but he's still kind of being like, sir, I think you might need to educate yourself. That's like kind of the worst thing he says. And then as soon as he hangs up with Chomsky, he goes fully like, he's not in an 11 yet. He cranks it to an 11 the second he hangs up. Like, listen.
When they look at it. Yeah.
Certainly is. Yeah. My audience is pretty well educated. Thanks for joining us. Say hi to David Rockefeller for me.
Say hi to David Rockefeller for me.
There goes Noam Chomsky, ladies and gentlemen, and I've read his books, and now I'm more sure than ever. He's a New World Order shill, up one side and down the other.
Bro, what? How are you going to say that? He's not even there. He's like having like a really nice interview for like at least like 70% of this, and then he sort of pisses him off a little bit, and he pushes back lightly, considering who he is. But then as soon as he's gone, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for that New World Order shill, member of the Illuminati, card-carrying, Kabbalist, Satanist, Babylonian mystic, Noam Chomsky. I've heard he was right there during the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Evil, evil man. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? How the hell did you go that 0 to 100 so quick?
No, they never had guns in England. Oh, no, they never had guns in England. They most certainly.
Yeah, real tough guy after Chomsky hung up. As if, like, what was Chomsky going to, like, God, I wish that he was a little bit fucking bolder, because, like, how much more fun would it have been if Chomsky was there to go back? And Chomsky wouldn't have been able to win that. Chomsky probably would have hung up on him rather than continue that sort of debate. But he doesn't even do it until he's got, and he goes so hard against him.
Certainly gun ownership wasn't as prolific. I mean, you've seen the video that's been on nationwide of them cutting the guns in half over there, confiscating the handguns, the rifles. 3 years ago, we've read the reports, The Economist, WorldNet Daily, Sydney Express, Bureau of Statistical Data. We spent obnoxious amounts of time on it. Washington, D.C. has the highest crime rate in the country, total gun ban. And Chomsky sat there and tried to use groupthink on us. Well, I think we're out of the mainstream of the rest of the world having these guns. Now, if you ask me, I don't think they're too available. Because, well, I would say that the crime rate's gone up in England because of availability. For criminals, yes, because they made them illegal, and now the black market value has exploded. Yeah, I had to spank him there at the end, and I certainly enjoyed it.
Oh, my God.
Chomsky.
I had to spank him right there. Yeah, you mean after you hung up? After you hung up on him, you had to spank him? You can't spank someone who's not there. That's a spanking fantasy.
World Order shill.
Once again, he calls him a New World Order shill. Fuck, I moved back to the beginning.
Having these guns, it makes me want to puke. The spanking there at the end, and I certainly enjoyed it. Chomsky.
That should be. Oh God, that's such a funny clip. Had to spank him there at the end, and I certainly enjoyed it. Some fucking like BDSM porn company should just use that as their like like producer tag at the end of their videos.
You're a New World Order shill, and I've got twice the brain you've got with both arms tied behind my back.
That is a Limbaugh line. I got twice the brain as you with both arms tied behind my back. That is plagiarism.
I tell you, these people. It makes me want to puke. Our founding fathers were elitist. They wanted...
Yes, they were, dude. All the founding fathers were fucking like rich motherfuckers with hundreds of slaves. They literally had slaves. They're not just like the mind control slave. No, they had actual slaves. Like they were, if anyone is elite, it's like George Washington and his fucking rich ass Nepo baby fucking bros. Everybody's an elitist except for Thomas Paine, who was chill.
To protect the elite, they were bad.
Yeah, man. Sorry to tell you this, man, but yeah, founding fathers were not all they're cracked up to be.
I go, funny. 4% of the world's population, 50% of the wealth.
That's also not... What are you talking about?
We own land over here. We've got guns. Our crime rate's much lower than the rest of the industrialized world now.
Oh, is he saying... So he's like 4% of the world's population, 50% of the wealth. Is he saying that's what America is? I thought he was talking about like 4% of America has 50% of America's wealth. No, he's talking about the world. So he's talking about like American GDP. But it's like, bro, that has nothing to do with the middle class. Yeah, America is still the wealthiest country in the world. It still has fucking crazy poverty rates because all that money is concentrated in the very top. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And he's sitting there going, well, I don't really agree with that. Woo. I'm like, here's fact this, fact B, fact C, fact Z, fact Q, bam, bam, bam. Ooh, I'll check it out, but I don't think...
Oh, I love him doing a dumb guy voice for Chomsky, too.
Think about what Noam Chomsky said. We got about 25 minutes until our next guest joins us about giving nuclear reactors to China while our power is getting turned off.
Oh, man, that's awesome. So I guess, like, in retrospect, I probably shouldn't. I didn't need to play that entire video. But I do think it's such a good, like, good call recommending this to me, to Finland, because like, it's such a good example of the way that, like, left and right wing kind of, like, you know, conspiratorial thinking is so aligned until it gets to a certain point. And in this case, it's really, like, historical, you know, awareness, historical literacy, and, like, understanding of statistics. And instead of, like, Alex Jones is kind of regurgitating, like, you know, NRA talking points and shit. He doesn't have like a broad understanding of the world. I don't know. I mean, is he a shill? Is Alex Jones the New World Order shill? Is he paid by the Koch brothers or the fucking, you know, all these interest groups? Or is he just a fucking like charismatic Republican? You know, I mean, to me, I think it's unlikely that at least at this point in time, Alex is a paid shill. But, I do find him, in spite of how awful he's been for the world, I find him so entertaining. He's so good. When he does he's doing the Chomsky voice at the end. Oh, well, actually, the founding fathers were bad. Sir, no, they were not. They were good. That's what I learned in school. I live in Austin, Texas. We don't put up with that kind much around here. Yeah, useful idiot. Like, basically the definition. It's when he shaved. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I think so too. I think he's on the payroll now. Gang, it's been a good stream. To quote our buddy, the newest mod on the mod squad, Big Jerry. Great stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves, and I'm gonna peace out. Goblin team assemble. Okay, now that we're assembled, let's leave. I guess that's how I'm gonna sign